All right, so we'll call the May 6th meeting of the Conservation Commission to order. In accordance with the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being recorded and broadcast live over YouTube. There is currently an issue and we are not able to broadcast live over Lunenburg Public Access. The town of Lunenburg, in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic, is currently following the guidance from the Lunenburg Board of Health, Mass Department of Public Health, and CDC regarding the virus and steps communities can take to prevent the spread, and all town facilities are currently closed to the public. In accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. This meeting is being broadcast live through Facebook and the Lunenburg Public Access YouTube channel. The following information is also provided for members of the public that would like to participate in the meeting remotely. To participate remotely, participants may use cell phones, tablets, and computers with audio and video capabilities as they have been tested. If you have trouble accessing or have general questions, you can email during the meeting to lcc@lunenburgonline.com. Any emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud at the meeting must contain the full name, address, and phone number of the person sending the email. If there are telephone users, you can dial in at 800-475-4499 or 877-853-5257. Meeting ID 865-0191-3195. This is all posted on our agenda on the Lunenburg website. If you are participating by phone, if you use *9, that will raise your hand and I will acknowledge you at that time to speak. The agenda lists all topics that may be discussed at the meeting, and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. And we will start with a roll call vote. Richard Bursch. Actually, before I do that, I will unmute the members. All right. I see Todd. Go ahead, Todd.
I'm present.
Okey doke. Richard Bursch, present. Todd Dwyer.
I'm present. Still.
Bob Pease.
Present.
Katie Childs.
Here.
Carl Luck.
Here.
Jack Rabbit.
Present.
Ken Jones.
I am here.
Full house. All right. Are there any public announcements or comments from the commission?
No.
Any public comments or announcements from the public? Please raise your hand by using *9 on a phone or the raise hand feature on your computer. And Matt, you are monitoring your email?
Yes.
Okay. We will move forward then. At this point, I don't see anybody looking to have any public comments. Our first appointment for the evening is Mark Bursch, proposed work at 150 Cross Road. Is anybody here for 150 Cross Road? Please raise your hand. Do you notice anybody, Matt?
I don't see anyone.
Okay. All right, we'll move forward to the next one. Our next appointment is 72 Hemlock Drive, map with tree plantings. I did not see anything on the, anything new, Matt, on the cloud.
No, I haven't gotten anything. I called Brett Ramsden today, and apparently when he had talked to the owner said he sent me something by email, but I don't have anything.
Okay. Moving
Um,
forward.
That's about it.
Okay, moving forward on emergency certificate for the DPW culvert at the entrance to the DPW facility at 520 Chase Road. At this point, I will unmute Brian Marchetti, Chief Sullivan, Jack Rodrikins. Is there anybody else here with you, Jack?
No.
Okay. If you want to give us a update of what you're looking to do. I did not see anything come from Brian. Did you have anything to present tonight, Brian?
I did. I sent an email earlier this afternoon, I'd say before noontime-ish, to Matt Marrow, and I CC'd you as well, Richard.
And I did put it on the cloud.
You did? All right, I will take a quick look.
If you look at it, there should be a file that I put on about 20 after 1 that says DPW culvert.
All righty. Do you want to start with pictures or diagrams, Brian?
I would say, why don't you put up one of the pictures? There's one of them, I think, from the north side that's a little closer. Just to give everybody an idea of exactly the size of the culvert and what we're looking at here.
All right, is
So-
that what you're looking for?
Yep.
Okay,
So what you're looking at here is the north side of the driveway. The actual installed culvert is a 6 foot tall by 8 foot wide at the base, flat bottomed culvert. So current condition, I think you're all aware of, is it's collapsing. The roadway is collapsing in the middle. It's currently plated and needs to be replaced as soon as possible to reestablish access, unimpeded access to the DPW property. So I was called about a week ago to come out and take a look and help design a culvert replacement that we could get in here as soon as possible. So Jack called me out, went and met with him, and as a follow-up, I called Matt Marrow, and he arranged a meeting with myself, Richard Bursch, and Jack Rodrikins to go review the situation, review the culvert, look at the size, and to kind of give me marching orders forward on exactly how I was supposed to be designing this and to meet which standards. So, Matt Marrow and I pulled the tape, we measured the bank width. So we both confirmed with Richard and Matt on site that the bank width we're using here for our design is 10.5 feet. So as such, looking at the stream crossing standards, we discussed that it would be agreeable and preferable to meet at least the 1.2 times the bank width requirement. So if Richard, you want to go to my first site plan? So I took the 1.2 times bank width and the bottom right side, the stream crossing standard notes on the bottom right corner of the page at a 10.5 foot culvert would require 152 inch, which is a little over 12 foot wide culvert. So using the survey we have, understanding the available depth and cover between the top of roadway, the actual stream elevation, and the invert information of the existing culvert out there, I was able to come up with a design that works here that, slightly exceeds the 1.2 times bank width. And it gives us 2 feet of cover over the top of culvert, which if you see here, there are 2 gas mains that cross over that culvert. And also for the structural stability of vehicles, with minimal cover, it puts too much weight and bearing pressure on the culvert. So we want to avoid any condition that might happen again in the future to damage this culvert. So we've selected a It's a 13-foot wide arch culvert. It's about 4.1 feet high. This is a culvert that's supplied by Contech. It's very similar to the application that we implemented over on the common driveway and Reservoir Road. But in this case here, it allows us to maintain that 2 feet of cover over the pipe, which is very critical here. So in comparison to the culvert that's out there today, it now meets the 1.2 times the bank width of the stream crossing standards, but we can't meet the openness ratio. But an important point to make is this culvert is almost exactly within an inch or square inch the square foot openness of the existing culvert. So we're maintaining the same openness of what's out there today in the existing condition. This culvert here would be installed on these metal forms. The forms are excavated, they're put in place, the arch culvert's installed on top of them, and then the footing is poured in concrete. So it's an easier installation. Something unique about this application that we've discussed is the culvert that's in place now is like I said, a 6x8 flat bottom. Well, the 8-foot wide bottom section is bolted to the top arch. So Richard, if you went back to that picture, the commission members can see how the bottom, call it quarter of the pipe, the other picture you can see better. There's basically what you see in black there, it's all bolted on. So using the culvert that we're proposing, we'd be able to take the top section off and leave the bottom section in place while we install the new culvert. And that bottom section that you see there will stay as the bottom of stream channel. So we won't pull that out. So we won't be disturbing the channel bottom. That will actually act as the shelf of the proposed culvert. So our forms and the footings would be installed to about, the tops would match that. So then we'll be able to backfill behind that existing culvert bottom to the back of the forms. So this right here, as you see, is 8 feet wide at the bottom. Our proposed application is 13 feet culvert to culvert, but we'll have, pull up my in here. We have, this one we showed. So 11, 6.5. So 11 foot, 6.5 between. So there's going to be, 3 or more feet or 1.5 feet of, call it compacted dirt between the culvert and these forms on the inside, which will act as the shelf that's within the culvert for the wildlife crossing and things such as that. If you look at the site plan, I've skewed the orientation of the culvert slightly. If you just look at the southeast corner of it, we're encountered over there with 2 utility poles that are pretty close to the edge of that culvert. Those utility poles hold high voltage. Those poles will have to be secured during the installation. But in order to minimize the amount of disturbance over there and to protect those as much as possible, we've kicked that edge of the culvert to the west, and then we've centered it on the north side. So it won't affect the stream channel. As I said, we'd maintain the existing culvert bottom in place. So the same stream channel that's out there today is going to remain. It'll, I think, help us divert whatever flow we have in the pipe during the culvert installation, or maintain the flows within that culvert to help reduce the potential for any runoff. So again, this achieves at least the 1.2 times the bank width requirement, and it maintains the amount of cover over the pipe that's required for stability of the roadway, so we can make sure we can safely pass all of the construction vehicles, fire apparatus, police in the future. Couple of things were explored about changing the length, widening or narrowing the width of the driveway, things like that, which it still could be achieved if we wanted to narrow the driveway, but because the gas mains are located at both ends of this culvert run, it just makes sense to replace the culvert the full 82.5 feet, as opposed to trying to shorten this up. So you can see on the south and north side, I've proposed some erosion control. So we'll have a hay bale silt fence type of barrier. I don't anticipate much erosion happening. And I also put a note there for the contractor to maintain on-site silt booms. That's not something that you'd want to put in the water during the installation. Silt booms act as a dam. If we put it downstream, it would certainly dam back the water and likely flood the work zone, which is something that, you know, we definitely want to avoid while we're installing this culvert. So that's something as a precaution in case something happens during the installation that, you know, an unforeseen erosion issue, those would at least be on site to place in the water as an erosion control measure. So that's basically, I think, what we've come up with. We've been working with Contech to fine tune this design for us and finalize the foundation designs. You know, this obviously is up for discussion tonight, and then clearly further discussion with Jack with respect to construction schedule and things like that. But we really need to have this discussion with this commission to get a buy-in so that if you do decide that we can proceed with this, the materials will have to be put on order and fabricated to get to the site. And we know this is an emergency condition. This is something that day by day it's continuing, I guess, to fail. We may need to get more road plates out there. But this is certainly the first step. You can see there in that picture the utility poles that I was referring to. So keeping that culvert is close to the, I guess, the western side as possible up against that culvert is going to be critical in a safe installation.
And how far upstream do you think will have to be disturbed?
Well, the way that I drew out the wing walls, again, that's some fine-tuned details that we need to work out with Contech, but they can either provide a metal head wall, or we can build a precast head wall, or we can form and pour a head wall. So I anticipate what you see there is basically the grade we want to get back to as soon as possible. So I don't foresee us impacting upstream of the culvert as you see it now. If anything, we may 45-degree back into the bank by that second Jersey barrier, just to be able to build up behind that
Right
utility pole a little bit more, but we won't be impacting the bank at all.
Okay. Because I know it's a pretty good bend, so you get a lot of water force coming down. So it
Yeah.
seems to be armored pretty well over time. So I'd hate to
Yeah,
get
so
too
the
far
less we
upstream.
have to touch that, the better.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
So this is the knee wall here you're talking about?
Yeah, so I showed it basically that first wetland flag, which is probably 5 feet in front of that utility pole.
Okay. And Jack, how long do you think it takes to put this in?
You know what? I wish I could just give you an answer off the top of my head, Richard. I wouldn't want to exaggerate in either direction. What I do know is that with the blessing of the commission, this is something that needs to be done right away. I've changed the plates on it twice to get the largest plates I could. It's an imminent failure. How long it would take? I think the schedule would be as soon as the materials were to arrive, and then we'd have to work, of course, half and half. We'd only be able to do so much of the culvert, install it and backfill it in order to maintain traffic in and out of the facility. Otherwise, we're closed right down. Fire, police are closed down. So it's not going to be a simple installation by any means, or a quick one, but we have to work with the schedule of people that use the facility. So that may extend the installation a bit, but I can guarantee you it will be done as soon and as quickly as possible.
Okay, so the culvert dome then comes in sections, Brian?
Yeah, so what happens is they come in, I believe, 6 or 8 foot sections.
Okay,
And what they do is that there are some photos that the supplier sent me of a typical installation. I'll forward to you just for your information. But you excavate the foundations on either side. You compact the bedding. You install these boxes. They're steel boxes that are all fabricated. And I think 8 or 10 foot lengths. You bolt them together. You install the steel within them. You install the arches. Basically, you can put them in one by one and bolt them together, or you can fabricate them to the side and lower larger sections at a time. And then once they're all installed together, you fill the forms with concrete. So they said you can do them one section at a time. You can do the entire thing and then install it and pour it all at one time. So obviously, that's going to depend on means and methods of the contractor and the schedule of DPW once we get them on site, but there's many options for how this could be installed.
okay. So the plan is to do it in a modular fashion and to do half and half.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't have any questions. I'll open up to commissioners. Bob Pease, you did have your hand raised.
Can I put it down?
Okay, Carl Luck, you have your hand raised.
I do, Mr. Chairman. I wonder, this is great. It looks like something we need and should do the job. But I noticed the pictures that Mr. Brian put up was pretty heavy rain, pretty heavy flow through the river. So he may not have been able to see the culvert inside. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you could put up the Word document that I sent you, just to. Because they're.
And you sent it to Matt, is it on the cloud?
No, I emailed it to you today. I don't know if Matt put it on the cloud or not.
Give me a second.
I have to take a look. I don't remember seeing anything come in, but I had a lot of emails flying today.
Yeah, it seemed it. Yeah, no, I know if you look in your inbox, probably early today, Richard.
The Word document?
I could resend it. I have no idea how to share it. Yeah, it's a Word doc. It's an email with a Word document attachment.
Is that it, Carl?
That's it. Yeah. So, and I gotta get rid of some of this stuff. Yeah, that was my poor calculations. Brian's got better ones, but that's the shape of the thing. This is the inlet. So if you could go down, there's nothing interesting there. This just is the inlet, shows some of the rotting. There's right where that's gray. If you go back up a little bit, Mr. Chairman, up. Yeah, so where the water level is, just below the water level, which is below the bolts, in the lower picture, there are holes in the corrugation. There are rusted through holes. If you go up a little bit, Richard, it's the culvert stream input, or go down. I mean,
Actually, you had a good one right here.
yeah, that one you had. That's the one I'm looking for. This is the outlet, Brian. You had a lot of water flowing, but that outlet is completely missing on the bottom. For about probably 10, 12 feet from the entrance, the bottom is missing. And I suspect this is probably what's contributing to the sinkholes above the culvert, because it's, there's nothing keeping the sand from coming down here and getting washed away in the river. So I'm not sure if that affects your plan to leave the bottom in place, because there is no bottom here. It's from about 12 feet in, it's in great shape all the way to the inlet. This is the outlet. It's in great shape all the way to the inlet, but there is no bottom there.
So if this is degraded that far, it would be a typical installation. Once they took this apart, if that all collapsed and there was nothing left of it, then a typical open bottom culvert installation, you'd have to just leave the bottom exposed, pull the sides out, and you'd reconstruct within that culvert bottom with, boulders and natural material that's out there. So I think that's something that, when we went out there and looked at it, it was flowing pretty good. So I clearly didn't see this, but, you know, it's
Yeah, you can see up here where
with
it's,
a cover replacement
yeah, so
like this,
you go from-
if that's the case, then I think the whole thing would have to be pulled out. And then the bank reconstructed.
okay. All right, yeah, great. I just wanted to share this with you because clearly you didn't get to see it with all that water rushing. The other, in this picture, if you hold right there, Richard, as far as my camera would go inside from both ends though, the culvert material itself above the bolts, above that bottom plate where you pointed out, is in very good condition. I didn't see any discoloration, any corrosion or anything, you know, with that culvert, other than the fact that the dirt can, you know, erode down around and back into the bottom. So, and there was a picture, I don't know if it's above or below, Richard. This is from the outlet side. On the inlet side, there's a similar picture that shows well into the middle, a little beyond the middle of the culvert. That yeah, that's it. That's a next one down. I think is probably the inside. Right there is from the inlet side, the roof of the culvert appears from back there to me to be in pretty good shape. I'm not seeing any. I didn't see any distortion or collapsing or flattening of it. So that's the good news, I guess. You know, we got some time to get this thing done right. I'm not questioning having to do it. Just that I think we do have a little time.
I don't think we have any time at all. I tend to disagree. I watch that thing collapse on an almost daily basis. So what do we need extra time for? Why would we postpone something that's imminent and could be a catastrophic collapse? I don't understand that.
I think you're putting words in my mouth, Mr. Rodquins. I didn't say to postpone anything. I just said it doesn't look as scary as I had thought and heard.
Well, good for you. It looks very scary to me.
All right, any other questions from commissioners?
My only other question, Mr. Chairman, is what's the timing and the plan of filing for this?
I guess you broke up. I didn't quite hear you. What would you say again, Carl?
What is the timing for getting a filing for this activity?
What's the procedure, Matt, if we approve the emergency certificate this evening?
It has 30 days to be completed. Construction. And you can require the retroactive filing, which I believe you guys asked to have it put on the plans for the notice of intent for the filling station portion.
Yes.
And that can be added to the NOI for that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, why wouldn't we separate those two? Why combine in the two NOIs? So that I'd hate to see one get tangled up in the other in any way, or you know. They're gonna
Well,
go to pretty
I think,
different
and Matt,
pathways.
correct me if I'm wrong, if we approve the emergency certificate this evening, they can move forward with the project as they have designed it and described it to us, and formalize it on the notice of intent for the fuel station and the tank removal. I mean,
That's correct.
Personally, and we can certainly all call down all the members, but I think this definitely goes a long ways to preserving the stream bed, and the way the construction works. There's no worry about having to get a upstream pool to try to de-water to stop the flow of the brook during construction. This allows the brook to maintain its positive flow throughout the construction phases of the replacement. And then we can make the on-site. It sounded like Brian was recommending just removing the existing culvert basin, and then just allowing or putting back in material to mimic the stream for the entire culvert. Is that correct, Brian?
And I think it's something that we'd certainly have to look at while we were doing this.
Okay,
But if we start pulling it apart and then the whole outlet end, we take the top off and the sides aren't connected to anything on the bottom, they're just gonna fall in anyway.
mhm,
So I think we certainly have to have a plan in place to reconstruct the bottom of that stream bed, as we do the work. Because
okay.
again, we don't want to run into a delay in the project in the middle of construction.
Yeah, can you provide us with a narrative for remediating the stream bed if the culvert's removed?
Yep.
Okay. Todd?
Thanks, Rich. I guess my comments go a little bit to just my concern with what precipitated the failure of the culvert. I think it seems to me that the loss of material is caused by the loss of the integrity of the existing culvert. So the bottom's gone, and that allows material to be moved from the stream flow from below the culvert. As you lose material, the culvert begins to shift and move, and then you get all the sinkholes and all that, the bad stuff that's happening that we're seeing, and which is why it has to be replaced. So when I'm looking at the proposed culvert, now it's an open bottom design, and this was a closed bottom culvert. So if we think about this existing culvert, for the years that it flowed, for the most part, it had corrugated metal as the bottom material, which wouldn't wear away. When I look at the plan, the new footings are proposed at only, I think, 2 feet below the stream bed. So not a lot of cover there. So I guess my worry is, and I think Brian alluded to it a little bit, what do we do to make sure that we maintain or prevent any further stream erosion or scour from occurring now that this is an open bottom design rather than a metal pipe?
I think we need to look at, now having this information, I said we can certainly look at the depth of the footing, because this footing was selected based on our understanding of that culvert. So we
Yep.
had, I think this one here in particular was 2 feet by 1.9 filled with the galvanized express foundation. So these footings go down as deep as 4 feet deep, 2 feet wide, 4 feet wide. So knowing the situation now, I'll go back to consult with them and
Okay.
figure out the best application. And I think means and methods of installation. I need to just discuss this a little bit more with Jack and his contractor.
Well, and I think it may be that once you get out there in the field conditions are going to dictate what needs to occur. And I think the board should be prepared to accept some field changes that may occur or variations from the plans, because they may have to vary the design a little bit to make sure that they install something that's going to last.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Agreed. Thank you, Todd. Mr. Pease?
I was curious, originally at the beginning of the presentation, Brian said that, they would use the shelf along one side between the new culvert and the old culvert bottom, as a wildlife corridor. And I was wondering, with this new information, and by the way, I really want to thank Carl Luck for providing this information, because it's really helpful to a successful project. What'll happen now, with this new information, about the wildlife corridor?
I think that's what the 1.2 times the bank width is for. It's to make the crossing during low flow conditions to make a shelf available. So even if we rip out the existing culvert bottom that's in there right now and we rebuild it back, it'll still have the same cross section. So it'll still be built up with the shelf. That's why it's 1.2 times the bank width, because the stream channel, typically is never the full width of the bank at all times.
Oh, so I see. So the stream channel, some of it will be during low flow periods, there'll be some dry areas on one side or the other or both, you know, that can be used.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much. I understand now.
Ken Jones.
I think I heard Matt say that if we approve the emergency order tonight, it's good for 30 days. To Brian, is that enough time to get the pipe ordered, get it on site, and get a contractor lined up and get this going?
I honestly don't have that information. I don't know exactly how long. I've been working with Contact here to nail this thing down and get the design quotes together for us, but I don't have the information on time from authorization to delivery.
Mr. Chairman, is there a way that we can extend the emergency order once we approve it?
I believe there is, Matt. We can extend it. Due
You have to reissue a new one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We
I just
we
don't
can
want
certainly
to.
reissue a new one if they are having a hard time with design or getting the products that needed to get this replaced.
Yeah, especially if it has to get, ordered, designed, and then manufactured and shipped to the site. 30 days might be a tight window.
All right. At this point, any other questions from commissioners? Katie?
No questions.
Jack?
Nothing but Carl, thank you and good work. And Brian, I'm glad to see you addressing this.
And I do agree with the sentiment that Todd said that I think given the emergency situation that's there and this a fluid reconstruction that we should have some expectation of field changes as needed. One thing I would like to state though is if we can maintain the stream bed ratio, the 1.2, that would be one of the most important things to try to maintain. So if we look like we're going to vary far from that, I would appreciate if you came back just for approval of that. But I myself, I approve of the design, keeping the stream bed in place, meeting the stream standards. I know the opening is off, but it's off by single digits. It's something that can't be helped at this point to get a bigger cover. We really can't get more width than we have given the constraints of the gas lines and the power poles that are there. I'm very satisfied with what you presented here, Brian. At this point, I'll ask for any members of the public. If you have any questions or comments on 520 Chase Road, use *9 if you're on a phone to raise your hand, or the raise your hand button on your computer. Matt, have you received any emails?
No, I
questions,
just
or-
checked. I've got nothing.
Okay. Moving forward at this time, unless commissioners have any other questions, I would accept the motion to approve the emergency permit to replace the culvert at the entrance to 520 Chase Road with the designs that are presented, taking into consideration the needed expansion of the footings and the possible removal of the entire culvert that's in place now.
So moved. Todd
Second.
Dwyer.
We have a motion by Todd. Who seconded?
Ken Jones.
Ken Jones. All right, moving down. Do we have any other questions or comments from commissioners? All right, so this will be just signified by saying aye if you're in favor of the motion. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Child,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and Richard Bursch. Aye for myself. All right, thank you, Brian and Jack.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Mr. Chair, Jack, before Jack leaves, is Jack going to stay for the Northfield culvert discussion?
No, I'm not going to stay. This is my third Zoom meeting today and one last night. I've got other plans.
Okay. I know we did get a diagram, Jack, and I think I had asked Matt to just reach back out. One of the things that we just needed were the flow calculations, if the engineer can get that.
Yeah, I've been back.
That was the concerns from DEP.
Okay, I did review that and sent it over to Matt, I think last week. Haven't heard anything back, so whatever we have to do to supply with more information, please let me know right away.
Okay. I'll have Matt contact you then on what the DEP was looking for that.
That's great.
Great, thank you very much, Jack. Have a good night.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, just so you know, Carl, I never received your email.
Okay, thank you, Brian. And I imagine, Chief Sullivan, were you here for that meeting or another meeting?
Nope, I just was listening in on that one.
All right,
Talk to you later.
thank you. I'm just gonna mute you. You can continue to listen, have some popcorn and a drink.
There you go. But you're on TV.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward, we have the Lake Shirley Improvement Corp. Annual Meeting with the Commission. At this point, I see Joanne. I will unmute Joanna. Hello, Joanna.
Hi, Rich. How are you?
I am great. I hope you're safe and happy. You look like you're in a big comfy chair there.
Yes, I am.
And I see Wendy is here. Is there anybody else that'll be presenting with you this evening?
I've got Dominic as well, because Dominic, I think, is doing the end year, and then Wendy's doing the new year and her update on the plant analysis. So
All
I
right.
want to start with Dominic, do end year, and then kick off to 20.
All right, so I have unmuted Dominic and I have unmuted Wendy. So good evening, Wendy and Dominic.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody.
All right, we'll let you start, Dominic.
Well, I will make this quick because I'm sure I know I'm more interested in Wendy's report. So, and I know you guys have a lot to do tonight. So, just to review last year, obviously we were going through a transition from orders of conditions and whatnot, but we did conduct aquatic management program last year. We conducted the pre-treatment inspection on June 17th. And then we came in front of the commission with a pre-treatment inspection report and recommended treatment areas. I believe that was July 17th, if I remember correctly, for the meeting. There was a lot of discussion that night, but we did end up moving forward with a treatment of the curly-leaf pondweed, tape grass, and spiny naiad with Reward Diquat and Nautique copper herbicides on July 25th. We treated approximately, I believe it was 77 acres of the lake on July 25th. And then we fortunately did not require any algae, copper sulfate treatments for algae last year. It was a fairly good year for water clarity and low amounts of cyanobacteria, so there was no copper treatments necessary. We followed through with a post-treatment survey of the lake on September 13th, and the year-end report was prepared and submitted, I believe, on the early part of December. So the report kind of outlines all that. It has a copy of the pre-treatment memo and request for treatment, the required specifications for the treatment, as well as a graph of the 2019 water clarity, and then the data for the pre and post treatment plant surveys, which Wendy's going to talk more about. And essentially, in terms of obviously be working with the Lake Shirley folks and Wendy to kind of go into next year's management program, but at least at this point we envision a similar Can you guys hear me?
Dominic?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You
Oh,
faded
sorry.
out there for a second.
So yeah, I don't know where you guys lost me, but next year we're you know, with the input from the Lake Shirley folks and Wendy, will be kind of continuing a similar program with inspections and treatment of non-native and nuisance plant growth as needed. Fanwort was quite abundant last year, and we did not probably have a great drawdown year this year. So, I mean, we've had some discussions in the past about maybe trying some areas of managing fanwort, which we'll discuss further with the Lake Shirley folks, but that's certainly a possibility, as well as the non-native species are fairly well under control. Milfoil has not really shown up in many years, and curly leaf pondweed and the spiny naiad are really the main two non-native species at this point. So really fanwort is, based on whether it was a good drawdown or not, it is typically one of the most problematic plants potentially in that was the condition in the past. Consider that and to the treatment report and regulation management, but other than that, it'll be fairly simple, similar to past years. We put in the required water level, outflow and drawdown data, lake level data as well. I believe that's really all I have to say. I'm happy to, if there's any questions specific about this, or if you just want to wait till after Wendy presents her report, I'd be happy to either whatever the commission would like to do.
At this point, I'm happy with what I've heard and like to hear the LSIC continue on with their presentation, and then we can just have questions at the end, if that's all right. Unless somebody has a specific question for Dominic on the 2019 treatment report and year end.
Rich, just so you know, Wendy sent me what looks like a PowerPoint file.
Yep.
About, well, sometime late this afternoon. You'll see it on the cloud file. The timestamp on it is 6:47 p.m.
Yep. Yeah, I do have that. Carl, I saw your hand went up.
Yeah, just, I know we'll look back to bigger things, but I did have one specific question for Dominic. It's good to hear you again, Dominic. It was a good report, but the one thing that popped out at me, I know you have to work, talk to the LSIC some more about the fanwort, and you mentioned the potential of maybe using Clipper, I think it was. And the question is related to the timing. I know Clipper, in the report, you said that if you did use Clipper, you would use it in the mid-July or so treatment, what might be the second treatment. And I'm wondering what the difference in the mechanism is between Clipper and I think it's Sonar is the chemical that's being used at Hickory Hills.
Yes.
In Hickory Hills felt very strongly and pushed very hard to get it applied in April. And I'm wondering, is it because it's a different chemical, or what's the different mechanism of why the Hickory Hills was pushing for an April treatment, and here we're talking about July, if you do it? I know it's a question.
Yeah. So that's a good question. So we're really talking about, let's first, I'll mention that those are literally the only two herbicides, Clipper and Sonar, that work on fanwort. So those are our two choices, and they're very different. Sonar is a systemic chemical. It is slow acting, and it does kill the entire plant, foliage and roots. Clipper is more of a contact herbicide. So it's something that would be would only basically kill the foliage of the plants and a small amount of root kill. Clipper is much more economical, easier to use on a small scale. Sonar is, again, it's much better used on a larger scale, like we're doing at Lake Shirley and I'm sorry, at Hickory Hills. And as you probably know from them, it is quite an expensive endeavor. So I think where we're going to initially try to endeavor into managing fan wart, possibly, I think Clipper is sort of the first option that might work at Lake Shirley. So that's what we're considering at this point. And because it's a contact herbicide, you want to treat a little bit later because you need more foliage for it to work. If you treat it too early, you won't have a lot of the plants growing, and you may have some plants start to regrow later in the season. Whereas Sonar, it's best to get in there as soon as the plants start growing.
Great. Thank you very much, Dominic. I knew there was something to learn there. I appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, any other questions from commissioners for Dominic? Any questions from the public for Dominic? If you're on a phone, use *9 to raise your hand, or use the raise hand button on the computer. And at this point, I don't see any. Would you like the PowerPoint to show next, Wendy?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I only put together the short PowerPoint just to call out some key figures that are in the report, because it's a pretty data-rich report, and I was hoping to focus our conversation on your questions. And I'll start with the conclusions and recommendations, because I know you've had some really long meetings here, so I don't want to chew up the time. I'll just start with the conclusions and recommendations, and then try to briefly scan through the major topics, and then open it up for questions, because I'm sure you have a few.
Okay.
So while you're pulling that up, I can just start with, the plants cover and biomass are still appropriate for the aquatic life that's in the lake. I haven't seen a real decline in the plants that would cause concern for the loss of habitat for fisheries or other wildlife. I believe that while they're about 50% or less in terms of density and cover, that without some treatment, being the drawdown and herbicide use, that the lake would be pretty choked with plants given the shallow nature of it. So I do believe that there is some efficacy of controlling plants with both drawdown and herbicide use. Even though there is the intent of the program is to reduce the density and biomass of plants, there's still a pretty diverse assemblage of plants, especially given that over the years there's been up to 5 invasive species in the pond and 1 really dense native species. So the lake is still holding its own given the really dense occupation of both invasives and one of the non-natives, the water celery. So with that, I guess you can progress to the next slide, which is the essential conclusion. So I looked at about 16 years of data. There's about 47 total species that were recorded over that time frame. It ended up being about 24,000 records of a database that was assembled and sorted and parsed out. For statistics, I looked at trends over time. The difference in surveyors, because as you know, we had Geosyntec in the beginning years, and then we had ACT and Solitude towards the end. And there is some differences in biologists and what they're looking for and what they record. So I wanted to see if I could capture that change, if any. Clarity, I know there was a significant reduction of clarity between 2005 and 2006, and that happened just before they started doing the herbicide treatments. So I thought it was really important to capture if there was changes there. How does that relate to the pre-treatment and post-treatment data? I also wanted to look at the drawdown. So I parsed the data into sites that were known to be equal to or less than 6 foot in water depth. So those were classified as within the drawdown zone, and sites that had plants outside of the drawdown zone were greater than water depth of 6 feet. I also did some research to find out what the natural variability would be in a non-treated lake. There's not a lot of studies that come out and say it, but luckily Dr. Wagner has recently submitted a request to update the GEIR, the General Environmental Impact Report, for lake and watershed management for the state, that the state DEP uses, and you guys as a Conservation Commission agent and board probably refer to that document quite a bit. So I looked at that and tried to capture the natural variability from some of his studies. I also wanted to look at if there was a change, where are the changes? What changes to the community? Where are they located and what does it look like? Are we seeing a loss of non-natives or are we seeing a loss of native species? And if we are seeing a loss of native species, what are those? Where were they? How abundant were they before and what do they look like today? So this is pretty comprehensive. I tried to summarize it as best I could. So the first group of statistics I looked at was density and biomass. So this is the ranking that you see commonly in both Geosyntec and Solitude report, where they're ranking the density or the growth of plants in a 2-dimension on a scale of 1 to 4, and biomass that same scale, but they're looking at a 3-dimension, so the entire water column. So you could have a high dense area where the entire bottom is covered, but a low biomass if that plant only takes up the first couple inches out of 5 feet. So those two numbers together tell you quite a bit about how much plant biomass is there. Density and biomass is pretty variable over the years. I could find no definitive cause and effect relationship with the treatment, because some of the changes started before they started doing herbicide treatments in 2007. However, drawdown was clearly influential in terms of both density and biomass, but the extent of that impact was inconclusive because we do not have any pre-drawdown data. If you look back at the history of this lake, it was created for a water level to provide water downstream. So the variability in water level has changed quite a bit over time. And so they weren't any pre-drawdown data to evaluate, to compare before and after. Again, as I mentioned, I looked at the influence of the biologist, but that was also, I found out that harder to define changes because Solitude did the surveys from 2014 on, and well, they've done surveys before that, but the ones that followed the same methodology as Geosyntec started in 2015. And so I looked at those data to find direct comparisons. So the unfortunate aspect of trying to biology is we didn't have the same just beginning at the end and vice versa. So we didn't have Geosyntec after. So it's really hard to separate the biologist from time because one occurred late in time and one occurred in the earlier. So then I moved on to richness, which I know this was one of the, I guess, things of concern for the commission. Have we had a loss in species? And then what is that in terms of diversity and evenness? Now, richness, looking back through the old reports, it's reported slightly different than some other, I think it was called a diversity in some instance, but it's really just richness, which is the number of species. And then they also did a richness index, I think they called it, which was really just the average richness at each sampling point. So you're summing up all of the points of the 66 locations and dividing that by 66. It kind of gives you an idea of, okay, at this particular point, I see 2 species, at this other point I see 7. Overall, how many do we really see? We see on average 3, for example. So there's richness, which is the total richness of the lake, and then there's richness, average richness by point. And that's important because I think you guys have been looking at some of those numbers, and then the diversity is something now, I don't want to say completely separate of that, but it is quite different. And the diversity is a I've used Shannon Wiener Diversity Index, which is a very well-known equation, and that factors in not only richness or the number of species present, but also their abundance. And that's really important because richness by itself can be really biased towards rare species. So you could have milfoil completely dominating the entire system, but if you had 5 other rare species that they're only located in one location, you would say that has great richness, but its diversity is quite poor actually, because it's dominated because milfoil is everywhere. And so it's important to look at both of them. And evenness is another measure that gets at that dominance factor. So the evenness is on a 0 to 1 scale. So 1 being a perfectly even system where each species is evenly represented in the system, whereas something closer to 0 means it's high dominant by something else. And that high dominance has nothing to do with native or non-native. It's just, it's being dominated by one species or not. So in the end, you're looking for a moderate value of all of these things: species diversity index and evenness. So with those, through the statistics, I found out that the highest decline in richness actually occurred pre-treatment. It occurred between 2002 and 2003. We had a lot, and we'll get to this, but there was a huge decline in overall number of species. It is hard to separate the decline. It's hard to separate whether pre-treatment, post-treatment were significantly different, because much of that decline in species richness actually occurred before the treatment started. However, you could see the trend that there's been an overall loss of about 3 species in general on average, and that ties into the natural variation. So that was where I looked at, okay, so what are other studies showing? And they say about 10 to 15% you'll lose and gain species as you go through from year to year to year. So that 3 species is in this system, because there's about, I can't remember off the top of my head, but about 15 species falls into that percentage range of natural variability. But again, I did, when we get to the species changes, that's where you can kind of see what happens in the system. So in terms of diversity and evenness, diversity and evenness was lower post-treatment, but they did not turn out to be significantly different. And the diversity and evenness was significantly higher in the drawdown zone, which I thought that was interesting. So you're getting more diverse community within the drawdown zone. And I think this is because you're encouraging some seed producers. So what's known about drawdown is it encourages seed producers, which a lot of those happen to be Potamogeton and other native species. And I believe that that's where the diversity is higher in the drawdown zone than in the non-drawdown zone. And the non-drawdown zone is deeper, so that area favors light tolerant plants. So your light tolerant fanwort, your light tolerant milfoils, naturally in the outside the drawdown zone, those plants are going to be favored because they can withstand lower light levels. So you can't just necessarily say it's absolutely drawdown or it's absolutely pre and post treatment. You really got to think about what other factors go into the physical species that's present. So that's why the species analysis is so important. So in terms of the species changes, the rare species come and go. If you had a chance to look at that species table toward the end of the report, that table alone tells a lot. I am not concerned with a one-off species coming and going. I'm more concerned about major shifts in something that was present and favorable that has either disappeared or has had a significant reduction in abundance. So even though there's a cause and effect, it's hard to establish the species that we were really looking at, and I saw a change that wasn't related to let's say that the decline didn't occur prior to pre-treatment. There's 3 species that showed up that were pre-treatment, and then they kind of fell off. And those were Eurasian water milfoil, Robbins pondweed, and coontail. Well, okay, Eurasian water milfoil, hooray, that's a good thing, right? That's what we want. So the whole point was to try to get rid of one of those non-native species. But Robbins pondweed and coontail, they're both native species. They're both beneficial for other wildlife, just about any plant is, but there was a significant decline in their abundance that I think plays into some recommendations. So, and what's interesting of those areas that saw the largest decreases in those three species, Eurasian water milfoil, Robbins pondweed, and coontail, all happened to be, or most of them happen to be within the drawdown zone. So the drawdown is definitely having some impact on the species composition in the lake. Not to say that the herbicide treatment isn't, but it's clear from the data that there's something different about the drawdown zone. Okay, so if you can move on to my next slide, if I haven't put Richard to sleep yet. Oh, very good, thank you. So the recommendation, so what I'm proposing is to work with the herbicide applicator, obviously Dominic at Solitude, to review the pre-treatment plan survey data. So they'll go out just as they have in the past and do the 66 points. And I'd like to take a look at those and sit down with them and talk about those areas that we once saw a lot of Robbins pondweed and a lot of coontail, and see if there's some minor adjustments we can do to the program to either avoid or minimize the herbicide treatment in those areas. Now, what's confounding, again, is, as I just said, was that much of the differences were found in the drawdown zone. So unless you're not doing the drawdown zone, you're not going to have much of an impact there. But, and also Robbins pondweed is known to be quite non-sensitive to the herbicides that are being applied. So I'm cautious that we can actually have much of an effect on Robbins pondweed, but I believe it's worth a try. Coontail is a little more easy to come back because it can vegetate propagatively, which means pieces of it can come off and start a new plant. Whereas Robbins pondweed, primarily mode of growth is through rhizomes. So these are stem-like structures that actually look and kind of function as roots, and then a new shoot comes up from there. They have the capability of producing seeds and flowers, but they rarely do, or if they do, it's not as productive as the rhizomes. So once you kill off a bed of it, takes a long time for that plant to come back. Whereas coontail is quite prolific, and I assume that it's probably going to come back a little bit quicker. The other interesting thing about coontail is it doesn't really have a huge root structure. It sometimes will kind of secure itself in the bottom, but it doesn't really take hard root like Robbins pondweed. So you can kind of push it aside and let it grow. And then the last thing I'll say about coontail, it is known to be a nuisance species, even though it's native in many ponds in New England. So there's a delicate balance to be struck for that plant too. So, but I think I can work pretty closely with Dominic and his crew to come up with some plan to see if there's some way of having a Robbins pondweed rebound. It won't be 1 year, it will take a while, but I believe it's worth a shot. So I'm going to pause there because my next slides all get into the nitty-gritty details of the figures and tables that are in the report. First, if anyone has any general questions about what I just explained.
Any questions from commissioners? And any questions from the public? Raise your hand. Matt, have you had any emails with questions for Wendy concerning the presentation?
Nope, nothing.
All right, Jack, I see your hand up.
Yeah, it's a little slow at the amount. Wendy, yeah, you're going to be into the other parts of it. It's a beautiful report, very nicely done. The question on diversity and evenness, in my reading this right, there was really an assignable cause that happened somewhere between 2000 2006. Do you have any inkling of what it might have driven that?
So reading through Geosyntec's prior reports, there was a massive algae bloom in early 2006 that really caused severe light limitation. And that alone can really knock back the plant community. I have a feeling that that may have resulted in some of the species loss or reduction in abundance. But it's hard to say. But that's the only thing that I think's been postulated. And at that time, Geosyntec had been looking at that lake for, what, 4 years, and then this happened. So I believe that they probably had a good handle, and they probably, you know, they can't say for sure, but that was what postulated in their report.
Right. And then following that, there was a gentle decline up until 2017. And then now we're seeing a nice rebound. This is a very positive report, I think, in terms of the direction.
Yeah. I think if you want to advance to the next slide, I think this is Mr. Rabbit's looking at. Yes.
I can't. I gotta get the participants.
The density and biomass. So if you look in the upper right-hand corner is the graph, the average annual density and biomass. And so you can see the decline that started in the biomass the density just before before the treatment, which is the red vertical line in the graph, and then post-treatment is everything after. And you can see it started to decline before they started doing treatment. And if you look at the regression line, it is a slight increase, and I'm saying slight because I wouldn't call it significant, but you're right that the last couple of years, 2007, yeah, we had a little dip in 18, but 19. And again, this is diverse. This is density and biomass, and we can page through and talk more about the evenness and richness that you're also mentioning.
The one I really liked was the evenness, page 8, the evenness. And so I can speculate why we were losing the plant diversity, but again, it's rebounding back. So I'm really happy with that. And it seemed like it turned the corner in 2017. And there wouldn't be any reason to anticipate that that would retreat, or perhaps you can speculate on the retreat from 2008 to 2016.
It's hard to say. I do believe that the biologists had some impact to it. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at 2002, some of the pre-treatment ones, the biologist was recording emergent wetland species. So these are the ones that are on the fringe, usually right on the shoreline. And typically if we're doing, especially in Solitude's case, and this is not knocking them at all or whatever, but they're looking at the efficacy of treatment. So they're not focused on that edge plant because you're not expecting any changes there because the herbicide really isn't getting over there and making that contact. So some biologists will record those and others won't. So if you're seeing a loss of an emergent species and then all of a sudden you see him come back, that could explain some of it. So I think some of it could be a biologist effect. I think some of it just could be random natural variability. And I believe that maybe there is something that I didn't look in here is the efficacy of the drawdown. Good weather years versus bad weather years. So you could look at, when you do a drawdown, I did not look at the depth that they achieved every year, and I did not look to see if that was a good drawdown year, meaning it maintained really low temperatures for a long period of time, versus those years that, yeah, you did the drawdown, but hey, the winter was mild like we just had, and you're not going to get much of a benefit for that. So that's why the variability is so hard, and it's hard to predict a system like this until you've kind of quantified every factor that's possible.
Right. I believe back in maybe it's around 2000, you were actually going down to 10 feet. Carl, you would know something about that? You live there?
I do.
You do, yeah. Weren't you indicated a while back that they were actually going at some point going down to 10 feet, but is that back 1980 or is that?
You want me to speak now, Jack? Or?
Yeah, please. I'm just.
Mr. Chairman, it's, yeah, 'cause I had my hand up anyway. Yeah, to begin with, Wendy, this is super. I love the science you're putting into this and really looking at the species specific. I'm very excited about this. So thank you very much. Yeah, the drawdown. What may be contributing to missing some of the information is stopping at 2002 because there were records on these things before 2000. 2002, I believe, is actually the year that we got the permission to actually have an effective drawdown. There was a period back when I was a kid, which was more than 10 years ago, where every 3 years the lake would be drawn down 8 feet and it wouldn't be drawn down at all in between. And that was the method of control for 20 years or more. And it kind of worked. There was a long period of time in the 80s and 90s for sure, where the drawdown was very minimal, like 4 feet, just enough to keep docks from getting wrecked. I think in 2002, we got permission to go to a deep drawdown, to go all the way to 9 feet. And then we started the progressive drawdown, where it was from 4 feet 1 year, 5 feet, 6 feet. I think we got to 7 and before it all came to a halt because of wells. So that period from 2002 to 2006 is interesting in the drawdown because there is some good data on various levels. And to your point, what was happening that year. The other interesting thing, which goes with that, is when you're talking about maybe looking at the drawdown effect in the near zones, and the last 2 years, last year and this year, we effectively had no drawdown.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, there really was no drawdown. This year, maybe we got the 18 inches or something, so there was no effective drawdown. So they might be interesting, to really to look at. Maybe there's some information that scientists like yourself could discern from that. It's only 2 data points, but yeah, we haven't had very deep to Jack's point. We were never able to get past the 6-7 feet because of various reasons.
Carl, we actually had a good year for ourselves. The observations and the pictures are supporting. We only went down to 4 feet, but it did a really nice job down to 4 feet. But I believe we were able to get down quickly and within the specs. But there was obviously something there, and we were holding through January and through December. We actually achieved something. Whether it's just drying or wind action, I don't know. But all I can do is go off my dock, and I can clearly see a line, and and where the material disappeared. And I never raked it out unless one of my neighbors came over and did me a favor. But I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know, Wendy. I don't know if you saw it, but when it was with the LSIC at that point, and there was some reports generated in that period, 2002 to 2007, not to the level based on the geosyntech reports, which aren't to the level that you're talking about, but that absolutely correlated, biomass to the drawdown levels, and that data should be in the files there somewhere. The other thing I'd like to comment on is the 2006. That was to say we had a severe algae bloom is way understating it. That year, the algae bloom was there was no light getting down. By the end of summer, every plant in the lake had died and was floating on the surface, which freaked everybody out and certainly aided the treatment theme. But it seems clear anyway to me. I'm a scientist, but not like you. That drawdown basically killed almost every plant in the damn lake. And the sort of the proof, the smoking gun is fanwort was rampant, not as bad as the Eurasian, but the fanwort was rampant, and there was no fanwort ever since then. For years before it to come back, and the chemical doesn't touch the fanwort. So whatever fanwort drop there was due to that algae bloom, and everything else pretty much went with it. Eurasian, it was gone by the spring. So that algae bloom was such a catastrophic event that it certainly makes it difficult to make assumptions across that border. So I appreciate your taking the challenge.
Well, good. It was interesting. It was, dare I say, fun to look at these data. I don't know if there's anything else. I know you got a packed agenda. I'm willing to go through, if you maybe, Chairman, if you could just advance the slide and give folks a minute to look at it and see if they want to discuss it. Like I said, none of this is not in the report, so this should be all explain in the report. So on this slide, what I have here is in the gray boxes are the total richness, and then in the blue bars, I'm actually taking out the target species, the things that we're trying to reduce, because why would you want to include those in the data when that's the desired condition, right? So if you pay more attention to the blue bars than the grays, but I showed both. And then below, I think is pretty interesting, and this is the change from the prior year. So this is just an up-down bar where red is you've had a loss of species and the green you had a gain of species. And you can see that, you know, between 2002 and 2003, we lost 9 species. And I say lost, it's really not lost, it's just they weren't observed that year, because in fact they if I can find what my stats are here, many of them recovered and they were seen in the next several years. Three of them were emergent wetlands species, 4 were native pond weeds, and 2 others were natives. All of them showed back up at some year after that, except for the 3 emergent wetlands. So that told me, at least I believe, that someone's just not recording those emergent wetlands species anymore. And I would guess that if someone was to go out there and look for them, I bet they could find them. So, so I think that was an important graphic to kind of show where the differences are. And yeah, there was a lull, like between, it was a consistent decrease in species there for a while between 2009 and 2017. And again, like someone else pointed out that, I think Mr. Rabbit pointed out that, you know, there is a slight comeback a little bit there. So we can advance to the next. And these are just box plots. If you aren't familiar with them, they're the statistical pattern of the data. So there's the 25th and the 75th percentile, and then the red dot is basically your average or your median. And why I like to use these is you can visually see the differences, and the points on the right are kind of how the data are distributed. So you can see, and this is where I was getting at. There's about 3 species that seem to have kind of dropped off or consistently not reappearing. But again, it's within the natural variability. If that continues and we never get them back, then that's something true to have. But if you look at Lake Shirley specific data, that first year, 2002 to 2013, that ended up with a 33% loss or non-observed species. So the variability between years can be quite high without treatment. So the only thing going on between 2002 and 2003 was the drawdown. So that tells you your lake year-to-year data. We shouldn't freak out if there's a loss or a gain one way or another and draw these conclusions, because we can see right there that there's quite a bit of variability in the lake. As I mentioned before, richness in the drawdown zone was significantly greater than outside the drawdown zone. And that could be light dependent. As I mentioned, the taller species that are tolerant to light tend to be in the outside the drawdown zone. So we can advance the slide if you don't mind. Okay, so this is the kind of the plot that you guys are typically seeing in your reports, where you're looking at the average observations, average density. So what this plot is saying, that on average in 2002, you saw 4.2 or whatever the number is species at any given point. That which what you go out there and you would expect to see that. Now take away the non-target or the target species that we're trying to reduce, that drops down to 2.2. So, you know, 2 of the species that show up at all of these points are the ones we're trying to do some type of treatment on. So again, pay attention to the dotted line more so than the solid line. And again, we do see an uptick in 18 and 19. So we're hopeful that that trend either continues or levels out around there, because it's getting back to the pre-treatment point. In fact, if you look at the pre-treatment average at an observation point, it was 2.3. And if you look at 2019, we're right back at 2.3. So per point, that's those data. And the next slide, if you will, please. So now this is a messier graph, I apologize, but I'm plotting both the diversity and evenness because it's important to show the two. And you really, really see the impact of that algae bloom in the 2005 to 2006 data here. And it was across the board, both target and non-target species that were impacted. But again, it happened before the treatment, so we can't say that it was related to the treatment at all. So you can progress to the next slide. And I know I'm flying through this, and I'm available for any questions after the fact if you wish. These are just the box plots to show those data. Oh, it's unfortunate. I can see that my next graphic didn't come out very well, which is the table of the species. Yep, that's not, you can't tell anything from that. But if you refer to the report, what's important is I stacked up the target species at the top. These are the ones that, you know, we're looking to make change. And we did make change after pre-treatment started. Eurasian milfoil really dropped off. And then over to the way right-hand column, I put a qualitative descriptor of what happened over time. So where I have red, bold red, that means that there was a decrease over time, pre-treatment, after treatment. And then the very last column is I looked at 2005 versus 2006. So why I did that is I wanted to say if there was a decrease in the column just before it, was it attributed to, or could have been attributed to the decrease that happened before treatment? And so that's a very important thing. So if it's red in both of those columns, it could be pre-post, the loss of species could be pre versus post, if it only shows up in the pre versus post. But if it showed up in the 2005 and 2006 decrease, maybe not. Maybe its disappearance or lack of presence is more related to that initial loss between 2005 and 2006. So again, I mean, you can look at this multiple different ways, but in the end, there was those three species that stuck out, that they were bright red in one column, the second to last column, but not the last column. And those were the Eurasian water milfoil, the Robbins pondweed, and the coontail, and that's why I focused my recommendations on those. And then the very last slide, if you will advance, please, is the tables that had the richness, the average richness, and then the pre and the post treatment. And I colored coded those, and what basically those tell you, yep, perfect. You can just leave one up for an example. So what you're seeing here is the first column tells you whether the point, that observation point, is technically within or outside that drawdown zone. The darker blue means it's outside the drawdown zone. It's a deeper spot essentially. And then the average richness, and then pre-treatment average, and then the post-treatment average, and then the difference. So then I looked at where was there changes, you know, and the red scale is just a gradation of the change. So where there was a change of 2 points or 2 species or more, I noted what species were originally observed and are no longer there. So you can see, just going through that table, that coontail and Robbins pondweed show up quite a bit. And what that tells us is perhaps at those stations, so in the example we're looking at, perhaps at observation 40, we should take a look at Dominic's data when he goes to pre-treatment and say, is this worth treating or not? What else is there? Is Robbins, can Robbins pondweed have a chance of coming back there? But if it's dominated by fanwort or something like that, chances are it's not going to come back. So it's not as easy as just going in saying, well, where Robbins pondweed was and isn't now, well, just don't treat, because there's other factors about competition and light limitations that have to be factored in. So it's going to be a sit down with me and Dominic and coming up with a plan on if Robbins pondweed and coontail weren't an issue, where would he treat? And then looking at that area where he would treat and seeing if there's areas that maybe we don't, or we modify, or we do one or another. But that type of adaptive management, I think, is warranted for this year and outgoing years. And again, I don't expect any miraculous recovery of Robbins pondweed or anything like that. This is going to be over time, and it's quite frankly kind of experimental to see what would happen. And that's all I really had planned to present, because it is a pretty long report and I don't want to chew up the entire, I heard you guys were to midnight one night, and I don't want to be the reason I keep you. So I'll entertain any questions.
All right, Carl Luck has his hand up.
Yeah, just a real quick one. I know you mentioned it, Wendy, but when you, for this chart here, in and out of the drawdown zone, what depth did you use to define
I
it?
just used a blanket 6 feet.
6 feet, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because it would have been, to
Oh.
figure out the depth and whether it was a quality drawdown or not.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get your report for another 2 years.
Yep, no, that's good. I just wanted to know what the number was. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is awesome, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This definitely gives us an idea of where the lake is at this point, plus gives you a good starting point to make recommendations for treatments moving forward. So just another way to look at the data. All right, does anybody else have any questions at this point for Joanna, Wendy, or Dominic? All right, well, thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Joanna, Dominic, and Wendy. At this point, Dominic, when are you going to be out doing your pre-treatment survey?
Need to have some discussions with Joanna about how we want to do that timing wise, but probably wouldn't be before the end of May or to look for some curly leaf, and then later in June for some of the other species, we'd probably do our point survey sometime in June.
Okay. And Joanne, you had your hand up?
Yeah, because I was going to, with Dominic here, say maybe we should get on the end of June for the conservation, the third meeting in June, conservation agenda. So if we have a recommendation for treatment, we're on the schedule to present that, our findings with the board.
Hey, Matt, do you have your calendar out? What meeting is that in June?
Hold on one second, I can tell you in a minute.
And
Okay.
Dominic, do you agree with that?
Yes. Yep. I like that idea.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll certainly put you on, Joanna, for that third Wednesday in June. And it looks like that's gonna be June 17th.
Perfect.
So we'll get you on. for
Yeah,
that.
it would be June 17th, and the deadline for submitting for that meeting is June 1st.
Okay.
But
Well, I
that's
think
if you
they're
need,
just coming for their annual,
if they're coming for the annual, then it would be June 10th.
yeah. So yeah, so pencil them in and then give us the report on the 10th.
Perfect. Wendy and Dominic, thank you. You both did a
You're
brilliant job. People have been texting me saying you're brilliant, so thank you very, very much. I appreciate the time you took into doing all this on behalf of Lake Shirley, and we're grateful to have you. Both of you, you do.
Just hold on one quick second. There are two people with a hand up. Jack?
Just aside, first of all, I'm really happy with the data I'm seeing, Joanna. And honestly, I think that the LSIC is doing a really nice job recovering with this lake. And I think you people are on the absolute right track. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jack.
I'm totally sincere about that too.
Thank you. I appreciate that because as you know, it's a lot of work.
It is.
Yeah.
And Carl?
Yeah, I again wanted to thank Wendy. I just feel very confident with what she's doing for us. The only question I had, and I see no reason to prolong this, but there were, Matt had put a lot of work into doing an analytical report, which covered not only the annual report but some things going forward. And then I had some comments. I'm just not sure how we want to handle that, Mr. Chairman, because there were some things that might be important for the next report and the next reporting period.
What's he talking about?
So Matt had given me a list of basically outstanding items that weren't included, and I know, you know, Steve Bean and others, we've worked on getting some of those. We are still waiting on a piece of information from the laboratory, as far as I know.
Oh, the lab results?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, the lab results. And I think, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, in that list that were Mr. Luck's comments in there as well?
Yes,
Okay.
some of them, yes.
So we're looking to get all of that pulled together and at one time, and maybe the June meeting will be a good point to finalize that up.
Okay.
Well, so that would be with Dominic. Dominic, do you have this list?
Hold on one second, let me unmute him. You're on, Dominic.
Oh, yes, I do have the list. Yes, Joanna. Is that the 3-page report, or is there a different list from that?
Matt, is it a 3-page report? I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I have it.
Okay, so are there things that we're missing that the conservation's supposed to have besides the lab? I know I'm working on the lab. I know any lab thing I get, I forward right to Matt. The minute I get it from Alpha, I forward it to Wendy, yourself, and Matt Morrow. So anything I have has already been, and I forward it the minute I get it. So that's in July. Matt would have gotten those reports, and maybe they just weren't encompassed within the end year report.
Well, actually, yeah, that is what I mentioned, was that I did have the data that you submitted, but I was waiting for data from the remainder of the year that was taken. So, and Wendy just addressed that, actually, that, you know, they're still waiting for the data reporting from the lab. So,
Okay, perfect.
the other thing I noted in my report too is that under the new order of conditions, with these analytical results now, E. coli is to be added to the testing regimen.
I thought we stripped that.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, I saw it in my template.
Because I thought that was one of the ones that it's not related to the plant treatment, so we were questioning the validity of doing that. Plus, that parameter is very difficult because you got to get it to the lab within 8 hours. So if we don't have to do it, it's preferable not. But I'll look.
I don't
back
have an
at
issue with that. I mean, it really doesn't have anything to do with the plant treatment. No, you're
right.
correct.
I'll take a look at the order of conditions.
So what I have in my calendar, Wendy, is I will confirm the meeting date with you on June 1st.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. I think, you know, that's all good stuff, but the two documents that I'm not sure that they have that I think would be useful, I'd leave it up to you, was the, Matt called it an analytical report. And I had also submitted some comments to that in future. And I don't think we need to go over it now, but I think there are some things in there that, you know, should be shared for going forward. And there's one specific thing that I think is relevant to talk about now, though. And it was probably much I was trying to get to Matt and didn't get to him. In his report, there was a comment about a pre-treatment, a meeting with LSIC prior to pre-treatment season. And I don't know what that is, and I don't know, I can't correlate that to the order of conditions. So, because I think the order of conditions are pretty clear about a January meeting, and then the 7 days, you know, prior to, you know, any treatment meeting, which we just talked about, of the June meeting. But Matt, could you maybe clarify, is there another pre-treatment meeting that is expected for some reason?
No, I was referring to the January meeting.
Okay, great. I was hoping so. It seemed like it meant that, but I want to make sure, because I don't want everybody getting, you know, nervous that there's yet another meeting. So great. But could we forward those and even just get feedback from the LSIC on Matt's document and my document, so if there's no confusion what the expectations are?
Matt, can you work with getting that info out to Joanna and getting a response back?
No, which info? I'm confused. They already have a copy of my report.
The
Okay.
analytical analysis, I think you called it.
Yeah, I sent that to them back in April when it was completed. When I sent it to you, I sent it to them. They already have it. In fact, they were just making reference to the fact that they already have it.
Okay, so at
Okay,
this
great, 'cause
point,
I couldn't tell
it
what
sounds
you're
like
talking
Matt and the
about.
professionals are trying to make sure that we get all the information that the order of conditions requires.
Right, and then Wendy and I had a follow-up phone conversation when we reviewed my report, we reviewed her data. And, you know, just agreed to continue with the follow-up phone conversations.
Okay,
Okay, good, thank you.
all right, so we'll get whatever was missing from Matt's report in the June meeting. I'm good with that. Does anybody else have any questions? Carl?
Nope, thank you.
Todd?
No, I'm good. Thanks,
Bob?
Rich.
Thank you, I'm all set.
Katie?
All set?
Jack? I think Jack muted himself.
Did.
And Ken, did you have any questions? Ken muted himself. All right, Jack, no questions?
No questions, it's looking.
Ken, no questions?
Nope, I don't have any questions. Thanks, Rich.
All right, any questions or comments from the public for LSIC or their professionals? I see none. Joanna, thank you very much. Wendy?
Also, just for the record, I did check, there are no email inquiries.
I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Stay well.
Thank you, and thank you, Dominic. Quick question,
Thank you.
Dominic, I heard that you had some boat trouble out on Hickory Hills. Did you finish the application of the sonar?
Yes, we finished it the next morning, within a couple hours. We had a problem with the starter the first day.
Okay, but you were out the next day, so you got the entire lake treated?
Yes, sir. We should be
Alright.
getting out there in a week or two to grab some samples and take a look at how things are going along.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
You too, everybody be safe.
Good night.
Take care, Dominic. Take care, Wendy.
Okay, moving forward, I think the presenter for 150 Cross Road is on mute.
I think I unmuted.
Yep, okay, and I am just gonna, Mark is my brother, so I am going to excuse myself from this meeting. I will put up the document that was presented. And I will listen if you need any other pictures, but I am done speaking.
All right.
So Todd,
Yes.
this was a new house that was installed.
Yep.
And what they wanted to do was just expand a little more of their yard area.
So we were able to get out on a site walk and we saw this last Saturday.
Okay. I just didn't know what they needed to do at this point. Matt mentioned to me that it was already closed out, so I didn't know, he didn't know if I needed to file again or if this was sufficient.
I think that you could cover this. I think we need to file a new RDA if this is already closed out. At this point, it looks like it's going to be some minor grading. Are you going to have to remove any of the trees?
There was one tree, I think, that would be affected by the grade work. Other than that, there was no real other vegetation in the area.
I think for completeness, because the area that you have here in green, that's highlighted. That's the area essentially that you're going to kind of grade out and seed.
He wants to make more of a garden area, and then he wants to keep the lawn area behind the house and have a shed with an area to do gardening and flower gardens and vegetable gardens and such.
I don't know what the other commissioners feel on this, but you know, since it's been closed out, I think we have to file a new RDA. I don't think it needs an NOI, obviously, but I think an RDA for minor grading work. It appears, I think we're going to be right on the edge of the 50-foot buffer zone for the most part. Slightly
Yeah, we'll be
30?
outside of it. We won't encroach on it too much.
Okay, but you may have some grade changes within the between the 30 and the 50?
No, all the work should be outside the 50.
Okay. I'd like to see an application with an RDA with, that you could note what your cuts and fills are gonna be. And if you're gonna take a tree down, just so we have a complete file.
Okay.
Any other comments from commissioners? Bob, you have your hand raised?
I
Go
do. I mean, if it was an open file, if it hadn't been closed out, I would have said, we could do this as a field change, but since it's closed out, I agree with you that they should file an RDA, so we can document what's there, but it's really pretty minor.
Yep, agreed. Carl, you had a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with both you and Bob on the RDA shouldn't be a big deal. Clearly, we're going to have a drawing that's a little better than this, that shows the grade, where the new grade is. In terms of the trees, as Mark said, there are only very few trees, but there were a couple or three, maybe at most, very substantial trees. If they could all be identified on the plan, and if one's going, then that's going, but the ones that are there, because as they say, there's probably three big significant trees, if they could all be shown, and if one of them are being cut down, indicate which one it is.
Yep. Does that make sense, Mark?
Yep. Yeah, I can do all that.
Any other questions?
Nope. I'll get that together and get it to Matt.
Okay, very good.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
Hi, Mark.
Thank you.
All righty, moving forward. We have a continued hearing from a previous meeting pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Lunenburg Wetland Bylaws and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Doug Acker has filed a request for determination for the removal of trees without stumping within the 100-foot buffer zone at 11 Willow Circle. And Doug Acker has been unmuted. Mr. Acker, do you have anybody else here presenting with you?
No, just me.
Okay.
My wife was on last meeting. Basically, we are just looking to remove some trees in the back to provide some views into the woods, and also to remove some dead trees. And we wanted to make sure we're part of the Village of Flat Hill up here, Homeowners Association, and we wanted to make sure that we complied with town bylaws. So we contacted Matt, and Matt has been out a couple of times, both himself and with other members of his organization. And I guess at this point, we're just looking for final okay to proceed with the work.
Matt, has there been any documentation submitted since?
I went out there with, who was it? Was it me, Carl, Todd, and Bob? Did you come too?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I do have some photos that are on file. I don't know if I put them on the cloud or not, but we went out and actually reviewed every tree that was tied off. And out of all the trees that were tied off, we untied 5 of them. Mm-hmm. So I do have documented the remaining trees and the areas that were tied. Most of them were pretty small. Some of them were very dead, and some of them were on their way out.
Okay. The gentlemen that were on site at the site walk, do you have any comments? We'll start with Todd.
I would say that.
Or Bob.
I would say that given the amount of tree cover there, The trees are pretty thick, you know, it's like an early succession forest where a lot of the trees are gonna die anyway, you know, because they're gonna outcompete each other. And I have no trouble with the trees that they want to remove.
All right.
I
Todd,
agree
were you
with-
on site?
I was on site. I agree with the trees that, the 5 trees that they decided to keep based on our site visit. And I agree with Bob's comments. The remaining trees slated for removal or remove them, just fine. No issue.
All right, Carl, were you on site as well?
I was on 2 trips, and I agree. You know how much I love trees and hate to see them go down, but I support what they're doing there. It's I don't think there's any need to replace any of them. So I support what's being proposed.
All right. Any other questions, Katie?
Nope, no questions.
Jack?
No questions.
Ken?
I have no questions.
Any questions from the public on 11 Willow Circle? Raise your hand or hit *9 on your phone. Okay.
No emails.
And no emails. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll accept a motion for a negative determination at 11 Willow Circle.
So moved. Todd Dwyer.
Second, Carl Luck. Oh, sorry, Katie.
Go for it, Carl.
All right, we have motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye when I call your name. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And aye for Richard Bursch. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Acker. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Well, for the record, it's Acre.
Aker. All right, well, thank you very much this evening. Be safe. And Matt will get your documentation out to you.
Okay, super.
All right, and Matt, just a quick question on that. We had a discussion that at this point you were going to send out DocuSigns for all of us for signing the orders of conditions and the decisions we make.
Yep, I actually have those ready to go. You'll be getting those in the morning.
Okay. So as soon as we sign that off, we'll get that to you, Mr. Aker. All right, moving forward. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Section 239 of Lunenburg General Bylaw, Lunenburg DPW has filed a notice of intent for replacement of a culverts at Sunset Lane and Northfield Road. Matt, they had presented us with a diagram of what they had done at Northfield, but none of the flow calculations or stream standards. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. I put in a request for that. I have not received a response from them yet.
Okay, and it sounds like that Jack has put in a response and we're waiting at this time. So any questions from commissioners? If not, I'll accept up. Carl?
Yeah, just to clarify, we've requested the specific information from who? From the DPW or the engineer? Who's the request gone into?
The DPW's engineer.
DPW's engineer. So that's why Jack didn't know he owed us anything.
No, he knows. He just hasn't gotten the information back from them. And we've both asked the firm to submit the information. So I don't think what Jack knows is the status, so.
But what he said tonight was he didn't know that he owed us anything. And that we needed to tell him what we owed, what he.
I can't
owed us.
account for that, Carl. All I can account for is my conversations with him.
I actually thought he said he had submitted and he was waiting for a response from the engineer.
That's what I thought he said, but
I thought he said he submitted it to us, which is what Matt said you saw, and that he didn't think we owed us anything else. And I just.
Yeah, and you've talked to him, Matt, since he submitted us the diagram.
Right, and I responded directly to his engineer.
Okay. All right, did you get a response from the engineer?
No, that's what I was indicating. I had not received a response from the engineer.
Okay.
I think Mr. Charlie requests that we at least copy the applicant so that they're aware that their engineers owe us something.
Yep, I would agree. Okay, so Matt, if you can follow up with that, I'll accept a motion for a continuance.
So moved, Todd Dwyer.
Second.
Okay. Motion a second. Any other discussion?
Who seconded?
Jack
Okay,
Rabbit.
thank you.
All right, if you're in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones. Aye. And aye for Richard Bursch. Then we'll continue that until, what's the next meeting, May 20th?
Yes.
Okay, this hearing's been continued to May 20th. Moving forward, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws. The old way. A public meeting on the notice of intent by Nancy Bell for placement of an existing wall at 51 Fire Road 19. You see that we received some documentation. I know.
Yeah, do you have it on the cloud, Rich?
And I know I saw it. Where did I see it?
It's right in the directory, May 6, 2020 meeting.
Oh, there it is. It popped back up. Okay.
So the last piece of information that was relayed at the last meeting when we discussed it was that there was supposed to be submitted a distance measurement from the back edge of the wall to the house so that we would have those dimensions as a reference point. So I went out and I did several reference point measurements. So, and it's just, the wall is obviously it has that area where it bumps in, which is relayed by the 15 and the 10-foot measurements. So the closest point is about 10 feet. The furthest point is 22 feet. And that is the closest point to the house where the bump out is, where her door faces the water. At least on the water side. On the right-hand side of the photo is the side of the house going to that part of the wall. So those are the exact, as the crow flies, linear measurements that I personally took on site to complete the data.
All right. Is that, to anybody's recollection, what we were looking for, the remaining piece? Carl Luck.
It's exactly what I thought we were looking for, at least I was looking for, and at more points than I thought, so great, good job, Matt.
Well, I wanted to make sure that we had, when I looked at what was requested and I looked at the lot, it's like, okay, this is going to take more than one measurement. We had to have several reference points.
Yeah.
Bob, you had your hand up?
Yes, Rich. Thank you. I just want, Matt, can you clarify on the sketch when it goes in the file, whether your measurement was to the back of the wall, the front of the wall, or to the center of the wall?
It was the back of the wall.
Okay.
And I will clarify that. Yep.
Thank you.
So this is the back of the wall, not to the water's edge?
It's to the back of the wall.
Back of the wall. Okay.
Because the one thing we want to avoid is we want to avoid a situation where, you know, the shoreline is altered to a degree that it winds up being measurable.
Okay.
You know, like if we go back out there and the shoreline's been so altered that where I have in the right-hand corner 13 feet becomes 6 feet, that's going to present a problem.
All right. And you have the notifications? The abutters
Yes.
notifications?
Yep.
Okay. At this point, are there any other questions from commissioners on 51 Fire Road 19? Any questions from the public on 51 Fire Road 19? Please raise your hand or hit *9 on your phone. Any emails, Matt?
No emails, I just checked.
All right, I'll accept the motion for approval of this notice of intent to specify that construction can only begin after the drawdown level has reached its max and must be completed prior to the refilling of Lake Shirley.
So moved.
moved. Bob Pease.
Second, Todd Dwyer.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Luck,
Hand here.
Mr. Rabbit.
Yeah. Where are we going to be asking for any kind of additional protection with regard to erosion protection or anything like that as part of this?
Did we have that plan, Matt? Let me look back.
There is a hay bale detail out there I thought I saw. Good.
No, it's not.
No, that's a wall detail.
And oh, that's 50. That's 50. All right. Did you want to amend or ask for an amendment to the motion, Jack, to make sure that there is erosion protection, hay bales and silt fence at the low water line?
You said it perfectly. Yes, I would like to amend it to assure that there is erosion protection.
All right, Bob, will you accept that amendment?
I will.
And Todd, did you second?
Yes.
All right, you'll accept the amendment?
Yes.
All right, so Matt, you have the two amendments written down?
Yes, I do.
All right, construction timing and erosion protection.
Yep.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye when your name is called. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye as well.
And I for Richard Bursch. All right. Moving forward with enforcements. Matt, you want to bring us up to date on your enforcement order at 179 Island Road?
Well, on the cloud, you guys should have the plan that Ducharme and Dillis produced. Joe O'Brien, I don't know if you're here or not.
Let me just get the plan up, and then I'll check and see.
I did send him the link.
You see anybody else on there, Matt, that would be here?
Rich, can you enlarge that a little?
Yep, I will in a second. I do have 3 phone numbers.
I think the 885 number might be him.
Mr. O'Brien.
I'm here.
Okay.
Ducharme and Dillis is also in one of those lines.
All right. Are you representing Ducharme and Dillis, 582-9379?
No.
All right. There's no audio there. There's no audio there.
Rich, it looks like there's a hand up, a Seth Donahue. Could that
That's him.
Could that be them?
That's why I can't find him.
That's him.
Seth Donahue.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, you're here representing Mr. O'Brien.
I am. So I'm here from Dushar Mandolas on behalf of Joe O'Brien. My understanding is the commission has a discussion with him regarding some alterations between his approved limit of work and down towards the waterfront on his property. And I'll go through real brief what we were asked to do. What you're seeing on your plan, the dashed lines are the existing grades from the previously approved DEP file number. And we've shown some spot grades that we located a week or so ago after the alterations took place. And the goal of that work was to determine if there's been any alterations to the grades in that area. The spot grades are very consistent with what was there before any of the work took place. The ground surface is altered in a couple spots where some vegetation has been removed, primarily on the eastern portion of the property. The western side is essentially a lawn that's naturalizing right now. So we've called that a naturalized area, and that's on it should be the left side of your screen or the western side of the screen. And then we've shown a hatched area where we're proposing some restoration, which is a combination of some plantings and seedings. And when we did the survey work, our goal was also to make sure that when we do the restoration that we don't damage or alter any of the existing native vegetation that's well established in that area. So we've shown the existing both deciduous trees, and there is a fairly decent sized pine tree along the shoreline there. And then we've proposed some medium height shrubs as well as a specialized seeding mix that will be applied throughout that area that will allow that area to have native vegetation going forward. Over on the right side of the plan, we have a bunch of notes. They basically guide the contractor through installing these. And one of the key things is that the planting area is to be surrounded with wattles so that it's protected while he's doing the work, and also to prevent any runoff from going towards the lake at that point. And our idea is to provide some photo monitoring points at the beginning of the project. And that way, as we go through growing seasons, we can come back to you and demonstrate that either the plants are surviving, or if we're not seeing a 75% survival rate on those, we would have to replace those. Do you have any questions on the plan?
I do have a quick question.
Sure.
So we have the wetland line here, which I assume was what was drawn and presented in the original filing.
That's correct.
But we have a high water mark, which seems to be above the wetland line. And
Correct.
I don't think, and unfortunately I don't live on the lake, but I don't think the lake was at maximum height 2 weeks ago. I believe it's still down a foot because of the weed treatment.
So we actually went and measured the depth at the dam, and it was just less than a tenth below its maximum height where it would overflow at the dam. So it's what you're seeing on that plan is very close to maximum height.
Okay, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Rabbit?
Yes, sir. I got my hand up. I'm a little slow. Okay, you measured it. When did you go over and measure the dam?
On the 24th.
24th. Okay. Was there only, how many boards were in that dam at the time?
I was not the one that measured it, so I can get that information
There's
for
a
you.
base, and then there's about an 8-inch, and there's another 8-inch, there's another 8-inch. I can tell you that they have recently put the other boards in. So it really, dam hasn't reached its maximum capacity until perhaps a week and a half ago. Prior to that, it was quite a bit lower because essentially they were holding back, bringing the lake to its full height in order to accommodate the weed treatment. And it wasn't until the material was placed were the boards then reinserted to allow the lake to come to its full level. We're just trying to make sure we didn't dilute the material any more than we had. I'm thinking that perhaps the measurement point is real critical, and we do want to know, I would like to know personally, what level did you really measure it at? And that would be my first position. and with regard to the water line.
We'll be happy to get that for you.
Okay, thank you, Seth.
So just a quick question, Seth. So the high water, or the watermark as you had it, you measured at the base of the dam prior to the boards. Shouldn't that be presented as the edge of wetland? I'm not sure how you got.
Oh, no, the edge of wetland is a remnant from, this was permitted sometime before I was involved in this project.
Yep.
An older DEP file number, and that's what a lot of the alterations on the property were allowed under. And Mr. O'Brien is in compliance with the distances that were required by that. They're not consistent for the plantings that we're looking to do right here, though. When we went to reestablish the wetland line, we realized that there were a couple flags that were significantly lower. They'd be in the water right now. It wouldn't make any sense to present a plan to you that showed upland plantings going in an area that's going to be periodically flooded, or almost all summer is going to be flooded underwater.
So was there any grade change between the previous wetland line and the high water mark now?
No, there wasn't. I mean, when we were there, we couldn't get in the water.
What do you mean when you were there, you couldn't get in the water?
We didn't have a canoe to go out and measure the bottom of the water, and the plan that had been previously approved, it doesn't have any grading information in that area anyways.
Okay. Was it your firm that presented the old wetland line on DEP number 1136?
It was not.
Okay.
That was Doug Smith.
Okay. Mr. Pease, I see you have your hand up.
I do. First of all, if they went over and measured the height of the water, if the height of the water was measured on the 24th, on the 24th, there were still two boards, each 6 inches, that had not yet been put in on the dam. So it was at least, so the lake has come up 12 inches since the 24th, because the boards were not put in until the 28th, which was the day of the treatment. So I would want to see the edge of the lake resurveyed. That's my first point. My second point is that it appears to me that, and based on what we saw on our 2 site walks, is that the shoreline has been altered. You know, I mean, we have this old file that says the shoreline is in one spot, you know, and now we have this other survey that shows the shoreline is in a different spot. And so to me, if they've altered the shoreline, then they've also altered where the location of the 50-foot no build zone is, and they've also located the location of where the 30-foot no disturbance zone is. When we took a measurement on site, the wall was 44 feet from where the water was. And so to me, what would make sense is that they have to move the wall back so it's 50 feet, you know, so it's no longer in the no structure zone. To me, you can't have it both ways and say, you know, we want to take, we want to use, you know, the original line, which doesn't exist anymore, you know, as to determine where the no structure zone is. And I applaud their list of plants. If you look over on the side there, as far as the shrubs, what, could you scroll back over to the lower right where it listed the shrubs and the planting thing? You know, it's got low bush blueberry, red maple, sweet pepper bush. But as far as the places where it's vegetative, I'd love to see some ferns there, not switchgrass. You know, something like royal fern, or Matt had a suggested fern. I forget what its name was.
Lady fern.
Thank you, Matt. so that it's more like what it was, you know, in the original pictures of the property, you know, that we had, you know, that we have in our file. Those are my comments at this time.
If I may,
Yes, Matt.
I'd like to see the sweet pepper bush replaced as well.
You have a preference?
Off the top of my head, no, but the sweet pepper bush has a tendency to start taking everything over. And I don't think either the wetland or Mr. O'Brien would like the result on that.
We could go with, I once wrote to New England Wetland Plants, and I'll pull it up what their suggestions were. I'll be
If I
back
could
in a
just,
minute, Rich.
if I could point out on the bottom right of the plan, we're also specifying seeding that entirety of the area, and that is one of the mixes from New England Wetland Plants, specifically a restoration mix. If you actually scroll over to the right a little bit more, there's a whole list. Those will be put in seed form in areas that are not, have a specific shrub planting.
I'm familiar with that restoration mix. It's actually a really good mix. Nice part about that mix is, which is typical with New England wetland plant mixes, is that the components of the seed mix has something that'll grow through all three parts of the growing season, spring, summer, and fall. So you'll always have something going on there in the mix, which is a good thing. So I'm personally glad to see that. That's a good approach.
And that's going in this area here.
Yeah, anywhere that doesn't have a specified planting will be seeded with the mix, and that'll allow, essentially that area will be taken over by many of those plants. There's a mix of some native asters and some other things that have color throughout the seasons, as well as some of our native grasses. And they're primarily upland plants because this is primarily an upland area where this work is being done, but there are some plants that have a FAC wet rating, so they will do well if the area is subject to occasional saturation.
Okay. Matt, do you have any suggestions as to how to proceed where the wetland line that was presented to us was inaccurate and ended up with the wall being built within the 50-foot no structure zone?
No, my recollection is I went out on site when that was first proposed, and there was a shoreline with wetland flags tied. So I would agree with Bob. It appears the shoreline has been altered.
Okay. Do you have any recommendations as far as how to proceed with the wall where it is no longer compliant with the 50-foot no build zone?
Well, I mean, the commission has three choices to approach. One is the one Commissioner Pease outlined to discuss maybe moving the structure back so it's compliant with the new 50-foot zone. The other is the granting of a waiver with certain restrictions on the order conditions. There's also a third where once this restoration area is established, you could do a separate deed restriction prohibiting any further cultivation or development of the areas subject to the restoration area. And the thing about a separate deed restriction is it wouldn't be missed if the property was sold. Whereas even with perpetual conditions on an order of conditions, every once in a while it's missed on a closing. The deed restriction separate as a marginal reference would stick out as a sore thumb on a closing during a title search. So whoever bought the property would be made aware that there is a restriction on any development of that area. So no sheds, no structures, nothing proposed.
All right, Mr. Pease, you have your hand up.
I found the email from New England Wetland Plants. The species they said that should be considered would be gray dogwood, nailberry, swamp rose, Virginia rose, and elderberry.
Yeah, you know, I think elderberry would work there. Elderberry or the dogwood. I wouldn't want to go with swamp rose. Stuff hurts.
So your preference is for elderberry versus the sweet pepper bush?
My preference would be the elderberry. It wouldn't try to take over everything. It would look really good ornamentally. It would be also, it would attract, you know, a bird habitat in that area. Cause I mean, you know, birds love the berries. The berries are also edible.
We'd
They have
be
health
happy to
properties.
make that change. Mr. Chairman, may I comment on the wall issue, if I may?
Yes.
The two issues here is the wall was actually constructed in accordance with the order of conditions that it was issued. I don't really think it's the applicant's fault at this point that new information has come to light at this point. Had we known that before the wall was constructed, it 100% could be changed. My primary concern with moving the wall now is that that would require all of the excavation work to be done from the resource area side of the wall, which would basically make equipment operate in the area that we're trying to restore, which it seems kind of contrary to why we're here tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rabbit, you had your hand up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on a few different points. So if we were to make the assumption that essentially the lines that are currently delineated with regard to the high water mark, you're going to add a foot. So you're probably going to maybe push it back 10 or 15 feet back to where we had originally measured. So essentially, that is the new property line. I believe that would be correct. And therefore, the Lake Shirley, I'm sorry, Hickory Hills. I live in Hickory Hills. I should know this. But, you know, essentially, they've now taken ownership of that piece of property. And now that means that the 30-foot line gets pushed back. That's not our fault. Somebody made a decision to go out and regrade. Therefore, I'm not feeling a lot of empathy here. The other part of it is I'm also looking at another proposed rollout dock that essentially would go 24 feet out into the middle of the channel, essentially blocking the regular access for the rest of the lake. And I don't know if that's an issue of ours. I know we can regulate some of the size, but, or is it a trespass issue with regard to Hickory Hills? But that is something new. I know that the proposed new stone path, I'm not sure what kind of stone path they're doing. I don't know the width on that. And I believe if you're cutting in through an area, and I'd have to go back and check that, but I believe it's 30 inches max. And I would have to go back and check. So there's a concern of that. And the approved rollout dock, it looks like they're going to be using that as well. And that is also, I believe that the prior dock was actually around the corner earlier. There was something that was cut earlier, but the last one we saw was further along towards the garage side of it in that corner. And, but I'd have to go back and look at the pictures, but I believe that's where it was. So now we're seeing that a previously existing dock was superseded by another dock that got removed. And now there's a proposed new one here that I think is way out into the channel that will be blocking the rest of the community from accessing that, that Mulpus Brook. So those would be my thoughts. So first, the property lines moved back, whatever that distance is, and therefore that becomes the calculation point. And if that's what occurred, then the wall is that dry stack, or is that all concrete or concreted together?
When I saw it, it appears to be a dry stack boulder wall.
So therefore it's fairly movable without bringing heavy equipment in.
No, each boulder was a couple 100 pounds.
I assure you that there are people like Brett Ramsden that would just eat that right up.
I know Brett. I've shaken his hand.
And he would eat that up.
It's
And
his
his crew would eat
but
that up.
I do believe that there would need to be some equipment operating.
Yeah, but remember, there's still a little bit of playroom there. And you could come in from the inside, for that matter, you could follow the wall down. I'm not concerned about tearing up that particular area. And so I'm not feeling the pain on the wall. And I understand that if we push it in, there's a proposed pool area that hasn't been presented to us yet. So I'm not seeing any problems with moving that wall.
Actually, Jack, the proposed pool area was
Matt, if I
approved.
can, Todd had his hand up, give him a chance to speak.
Okay.
Sure. I understand Mr. Donahue's point regarding the wall. However, he has to keep in mind that the applicant actually did the work. So he kind of caused his own problem here. He was aware of the application. He did his own work. He did it anyway. I guess, Matt, maybe you could answer this question for me. Would the applicant, if they chose, be able to restore the shoreline back to the original edge of wetland as shown on the plan?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It would have to be done during drawdown, but it's possible.
Right. I mean, if he did that, then all the setbacks in the wall would be saved. But I mean, that's something, like you said, that would have to wait until drawdown next year to get restored. And then we would expect the planting plan and restoration plan to take into account that new area.
So I guess the only problem I would have with that, Todd, is I don't think we have, other than the line that was in the previous plan.
Yep.
Do we know exactly where the pre-existing high water mark was? I guess I just have a hard time filling back the lake. I mean, we have a new wetland, which is actually not in favor of the landowner. Now he's given up that portion of land.
Right.
I did like Matt's idea of a permanent title call out to prevent any more development within the 50-foot line of the new lake, edge of the lake. The only other thing I'd like to see is the entire 50-foot no build area to be restored using the wildlife conservation mix. But I guess myself, I just have a hard time filling back in the lake. And one point to make, I think, towards Jack's comment on the docks, the docks are going into Hickory Hills, which is private property. So he still has to get permission from Hickory Hills, I believe, to put the docks back in the lake.
Sure.
So, and I know once commissioners get done talking with the engineer, there are a few lake landowners that have comments, but I want to just get through all of the commissioners' questions first. Bob, you had your hand up?
Well, I just have, I totally agree that we shouldn't be filling the lake in. I would just point out that the original order of conditions said there would be no disturbance in the 50-foot no build zone. It did not say there'd be no disturbance in the no disturbance zone. It said there would be no disturbance of the vegetation within the 50-foot no build zone. So I totally support your suggestion about that the entire 50-foot no build zone, be, naturalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Seth?
Yeah, just for clarification, we show there is an approved dock location. I believe that the lake has approved that, and that is in that bunch of trees. And the intent here is to show an alternative location for it. Yes, your cursor was on it. We're not asking for two docks here. We just wanted to move the previously approved dock to a better location. And then we're calling for a pea stone path. And the intent of that is so that there doesn't need to be any extensive excavating, and the path can actually follow the grade. We don't have to flatten out areas for anything elaborate like bluestone steps. This is just a way to have a narrow access to the water. It's 6 feet wide, and it can just contour with the land there. So I hope that helps clarify. There were a couple questions there.
Yeah, Bob?
I just also want to reiterate my comment, that the sand that's still there has to be removed.
Agreed. Katie?
And I don't see that on the plan, so.
Oh, we'll make sure that we add that to it. Katie, did you have any questions or comments?
I have no additional questions, no.
Carl Luck?
The only thing is, I forgot what Bob mentioned, that there was no disturbance supposed to be within the 50. So, having this, forever no activity within the 50 doesn't seem to be anything new. So I wonder if it would be appropriate, because the 50 pretty much is where the wall is, but basically to have in the deed no additional activity to the lake, basically from the house to the lake. So it would go inside of the 50 or beyond the 50 where the house is. I don't know if it's 75 feet or whatever, but to also include the area in front of the house in terms of no future work.
Okay. Todd, did you have any other comments at this point?
The only other comment I have is when you look on the plan, I think you see the 50-foot no-build DEP, and you have the dashed line that follows that. If you look at that dashed line, and then you look at the edge of the existing wetland, it mirrors that line very well. The original edge. It seems to take that shape. So, I mean, to me, I think that shows that that line's probably accurate.
If I can point out, we've shown it both ways on here. We have the original 50-foot no build and 30-foot no touch with the reference to the DEP numbers.
Yep.
And then the orange lines you're looking at, those are calculated from the edge of water that we shot. So you're able to see the difference on those two right there.
Right, but as we've established, your edge of water is inaccurate because it was the water was a foot low at that time.
The surveyor who did that work is very familiar with Hickory Hills, and he may have shot it at the full board height. He knows how many boards and what space it is. I will confirm.
Okay.
And let you guys know what that is. And we can also provide a conversion for the national NAVD 88 national datum for what that water height is. That should be the most consistent way so you can compare it across numerous properties that way.
Okay. Yeah, but I think to your point, Todd, the 50-foot line is generated off of what was a wetland line.
Right.
Which, I mean, unfortunately.
But that's the only way we would have approved that wall there in the first place, is because that's the 50-foot line we went off of.
Yes, yeah. Well, the engineer put this line in and then drew everything inward off of it.
Right.
So personally, I call into question the previous engineer's work.
Well, I do remember when we went out there for a site visit and we were siting that wall, we actually measured we went out in the field and measured, and it was slightly over 50 feet.
Yeah.
At the nearest point, and now it's 44 feet.
Yep.
At the nearest point.
Yep. And there may have been some excavation, but I guess not being out there originally, do you think that they would have brought the edge of the wetland in or graded in 16 feet from the original lake edge?
Well, yeah, you have to remember, you look at the grade on there. So for every foot, you lose 3 feet into the shore.
Mm-hmm.
So if they brought it down 3 feet, you lose 9 feet back from the original line, or, based on that grade. If it's a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1, it's even broader. Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty flat over there. So yeah, I think by taking down the couple of feet that he did, he lost all of that shoreline.
Okay. And I guess I'm just going to throw back that when I was there, it looked like they'd added fill in here, not taken away fill. So
I think that's true on the western side of the site, to where the original approved rollout dock is, kind of in that area. There was some fill placed within there.
Yeah.
But in the beach area, the constructed beach area from the resident, he flattened that to have a nice gentle slope down into the lake.
Okay. And I guess one other question, does the edge of the lake, and I think when I was out there, I kind of looked, but it looked like the edge of the lake did kind of flow into the neighbor's property. I mean, it didn't look like he had dug this part back 3 feet and then all of a sudden the water's going to follow this line and then the edge of the lake is back out here again on the neighboring property. I'm going to just see quick if I can find a picture.
Yeah.
Just to see where we're at.
And when we're doing,
while I do that, Jack, you have something quick?
Yeah, real quick. Right, the easiest thing to do is basically go there right now. The reality is that if it's the high water mark, we've probably got 2 inches, potentially even 3 inches rolling over all the boards right now. And that is the high water mark. So I think the answer is go down and measure it right now.
Okay. And I'm gonna, unless commissioners have other questions, I'm gonna start with members of the public. Joan Pease. Oh, did I do something wrong? Yep, there we go.
So if the measurements were
Sorry
to,
about that, Joan, you'll have to start again.
oh, start again? Okay. I can verify that the boards were placed into the dam on noon on April 28th. So if you took your measurements on April 24th, there were 2 boards missing from the dam that went in on the noon on April 28th. Also, I would like to remind the commissioners that in February, I dropped off with them at one of their meetings and spoke that Hickory Hills landowners has in each landowner's deed for any property that is lakefront, the original restrictions that there can be no objects built within 50 feet of the shoreline. And I left a copy of that deed with you as well. You are correct in your statement, Chairman, that indeed, not only do you require permission from Hickory Hills landowners for a dock, but you will have to get permission on exactly where to place the dock, and you cannot move it from that location without permission from Hickory Hills Landowners Corporation. So if they have gotten permission, which I'm not sure they have gotten official permission, if they have for one location, it can't be moved to a new location without reapplying for permission. Also, I'm very concerned about changes to the edge of the lake and the lake bottom at that area. There was a channel built right on the edge to allow boats that are upstream of this property to access the lake in general. And when I attended the site visit with the commission, I did notice changes to that, and there are neighbors upstream who are concerned that the depth of the channel has been altered from some soil placed in areas that used to be deep. And so while I applaud the reconstruction of plants along the edge to reduce the nutrient-rich runoff, I am also still concerned about the lake bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Paula Bertram. You are on, Paula. Are you, or did I?
I'm not
There
on.
you go. Try again. Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. I am extremely concerned about some of the concerns that Joan just mentioned, and primarily the fill that has been placed in the lake around that corner that was just highlighted, and the proposed dock location. There are 4 homes upstream of this property which will be adversely impacted in their ability to access the main lake. The channel there is extremely narrow. As the commission knows, extensive work has been done in the past by Central Mass Mosquito Control, by the Hickory Hills Corporation, in order to allow access and to deal with some of the stormwater that's coming in from the Mulpus Inlet. This is the main flow into the lake. I am concerned about the fill that was placed in the water moving downstream and affecting residents downstream adversely, but I'm extremely concerned about the 4 properties that may have lost access to the lake because of the shoreline. And some of the pictures that you're going through, Mr. Chairman, clearly show that. And so I would completely agree with some of the commissioners that have mentioned the requirement to have him restore and remove sediment during drawdown to restore that channel. And, you know, my primary concern is restoring the shoreline to what it was prior to the changes. And as far as the hardship, quite frankly, this resident was aware of the restrictions and created the problem themselves. So I would caution the commission of approving the dock. I would echo Mr. Rabbitt's suggestion that you visit it during high water. As Joan said, the boards did not go in the water prior to this measurement. I'm a member of the dam committee and a member of the board, and Joan is a member of the board as well. So we are absolutely sure when the boards went in. So if a measurement was shot without taking into account those additional boards, measurement is wrong.
All right, so just help me with this, Paula. So this is the channel right here,
Yeah,
and this looks like the edge of fill around this bend here. So I guess I don't see where the stream or the deep channel has been altered that
well,
would
that's my
prohibit somebody from bringing their boat around.
Well, that's my question, is how far from what was existing and how deep did they go? Because you really have to hug exactly right, because it's extremely difficult to navigate. And that's one of the questions that I hoped would be answered tonight, is exactly what changes were made to the shoreline. And quite frankly, from the plan and the discussion, I'm still not sure.
Yeah, because we have, on one hand, the new plan shows that he's taken away fill and brought the edge of the lake in closer to his property. But I believe this picture was taken after he was issued a cease and desist, and it shows fill being added around the bend. But again, it's not into the channel itself. That's why I was kind of eyeballing the previous overhead.
Well, it depends on when was that overhead.
Mr. Chairman, could I help a little bit?
Yeah, and do you know the date of that overhead?
Not off
Because
the,
that's
right here, this
that's
is it.
older.
Yep. Yeah, but it clearly shows us the stream out through here, the deep channel.
But
And when you say deep, I want to be clear, it's only a couple feet deep. It's not a deep channel. You know, it's just enough to get a pontoon boat during high water. And I don't know when that picture was taken, because Central Mass Mosquito Control did extensive work to restore and remove some of that sedimentation and restore that island, so I don't know when that was taken.
Correct. I think that this picture may have been taken before that work was done.
All right, Jack. Oh, definitely. I mean, this is the old house here, so this
I mean before the Mosquito Control Authority came in and altered the channel so that they made it wider and gave access to people upstream.
And we had an emergency certification from the commission several years ago to remove sedimentation that was brought in by the Mulpus.
All right. Jack, do you have an idea when this picture was?
This was actually taken during the winter, during the drawdown. It was Paul, you hired a plane about 4 or 5 years ago. And these are the shots that were taken from the plane. I would also like to point out, Mr. Chairman, there's the dock. The ones that are here is where the dock is. It was cut out, a little dugout area. That's where it was used. The ones that are being proposed, indicating that in the drawing, said there was one here and they would like to come out with one here. The one they had in here, that's where it really is. And you can see it from the pictures that were taken. And it was not blocking the channel, because you can see the channel essentially is even a little drier right through here and very, very shallow. This was just an offshoot, and that's where they parked their boat.
All right, thank you, Jack. Todd?
One of the thoughts I had is, I don't know if the Hickory Hills Landowners Association would have records from the dredging that was done for that channel. Maybe they did a post-construction bathymetric survey of the channel that could then be placed on the plan. That would maybe answer some of the questions whether the channel was altered significantly. I do recall during our initial site visit in February, I had a discussion with Mr. O'Brien, and he said that he was actually pulling some material out from the channel. But what it appeared to be is he may have done that, but he also, it appeared he was spreading material that he had been cutting from the beach area back along close to the shoreline on the western side of the property, which is what I think you see is shown on some of the photos that Rich had up earlier.
Thank you, Todd. Matt?
Yes. I was just looking at the Mass GIS ortho photo from 2019. And I found it kind of interesting. When you had the restoration plan up, Rich, the area where it looked like the shoreline was taken in significantly, and you were asking about pre-existing and going around the lot edge and almost like a right angle. Do you remember that part?
Yep.
If you actually look at the 2019 ortho, it actually looks just like that, and it matches the plan showing the pre-existing wetland delineation.
Bring it up quick. Do you know which one you had up, Matt?
Go to where it says base maps on the bottom right-hand corner of the viewing frame.
Yep.
There you go. Click that. And zoom right in on it.
Aha!
Check it out. That was taken in March of 2019.
Yeah, so that looks like it matches with the current plan that we have today. Is that what you're saying?
No, it matches the original wetland line.
You know, if I may, I can give you an aerial image overlay on the plan. I think that there's just too much room for interpretation on these with different angles on things, and I'm happy to overlay all our line work on that image or a prior image, 2017 or whatever year we choose.
Now, if you're going to do anything on a prior year, I do 2016 because 2017 has too many damn trees in the way. 2016 is taken at the same period when everything was defoliated, so you can see better.
I'll be happy to add that with the additional information you guys are looking for.
Yeah. We don't know the state of the drawdown though, Matt?
At that point, no.
You know, there's a big fluctuation there. 3 feet. But again, notice the dock.
Yeah, it just says spring.
Well, I know it was March because I compared it to my house. And my neighbor had a pool in 2019 in March. She took it out in April. The pool was still there. Because I wanted to make sure that it was spring or fall of that year. And that was how I was able to tell. Because I remembered she took it out at the beginning of April.
It's my judgment looking at that aerial photograph that the lake is full.
That would make sense because spring of 2019 was very wet, winter and spring, and the water levels were very high.
Right.
Yeah, if you recall, that was the year that nobody was able to get a drawdown in because it just kept raining.
Correct.
Yeah.
In fact, everybody was talking about this year how April had 16 days of rain, but last year there was like 21, 22. I'd also remind the commission of the fact that earlier, and I stand by the statement I made, I went out when the original filing was done. My initial inspection and a follow-up inspection with you guys showed wetland flags on the property.
All right. I myself, I don't see a whole lot of difference in the shoreline from 2000.
Yeah, but that was I'm saying that was pre-alteration.
Oh, you think this one here is pre-alteration?
That's pre-alteration.
Yep.
Or agency using WordPress
Okay.
to build websites. That's like
Uh-oh, somebody had a pop-up ad. That was pre-alteration. If you match it to the line with the wetland flags on it, from the prior approved order of conditions, the lines match.
Yep. I agree with that, Matt.
So do I.
Okay. So at this point, how do commissioners want to proceed? We'll start with Todd.
I think the suggestion earlier that we just get the actual new high water line surveyed, I think that's critical. And then we can make a judgment. I personally don't have strong feelings about keeping the wall or removing the wall. But I agree with everything within 50 should be deed restricted and returned to a naturalized state. If we make a small exception for the portion of the wall area that protrudes into the 50 at this point, I think I could support that if we had that deed restriction.
Okay, thank you. Bob?
Well, I certainly agree with the deed restriction. I've already stated my position on the wall.
Okay. Katie?
I pretty much agree with everything Todd said. Could give or take on the wall, but there should definitely be a deed restriction. Don't mind me, I'm kind of just listening to all the Hickory Hill Lakes experts here, but I think Todd makes some good points.
Okay. Carl Luck? Carl Luck, no, you're here. Carl.
I'm here.
There we are.
I'm still awake. Yeah, no, I agree with Todd. At the wall, maybe I could go either way. I'd like to see where that high water mark is. So a deed restriction, I think, is minimum. As I said before, I'd like to see a deed restriction, everything in between the house and the lake. That can be defined by the wall. We leave it, and the face of the house to the lake, but it be restored for sure.
Okay. Jack Rabbit?
Okay, absolutely. Let's go out and do the measurement on the water as it is right now. I have, and with regard to the wall, I'm with you. If we're within a part of the wall, within some sort of reasonable distance, whatever, I'm not screaming to take it down. But what I would ask is on the new 50-foot barrier that we come back and we do our infamous demarcation zone with large rocks to make sure there's nothing going on. It doesn't get mowed, it doesn't get pushed back. Additionally, I would like the opportunity to not only question the docks, and I think that is a Hickory Hills question, but also I want to check there. Right now it's looking for a 6-foot wide P-stone. And in the back of my head, I'm saying, when you're going through areas that were previously vegetated, naturally vegetated, you were allowed a 30-inch wide walk. I got to go back and check the regs on that.
All right, Ken Jones.
Yeah, I'd agree with just about everything everybody said. In this instance, I don't think putting a boulder line at the 50-foot mark is going to do any good. It's basically adding more stuff into that area. I think, the deed restriction would be sufficient, and I think that basically everything from the house to the water is off limits. So I don't think we need any kind of demarcation. I would like to see that ortho photo with the lines laid over it on the another set of plans, just so we can see what it looks like with that photo laid over it. But that's all I have to add.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree with the consensus of the commission. We definitely should get the ortho overlay with the updated high water mark. the 30 and the 50-foot lines on it. We should also be adding that the entire 50-foot no disturbance zone will be restored with the conservation wildlife mix, and draw up a proposal for the deed restriction for no further development within the 50-foot, or what is developed at this point from the wall to the water and from the deck line to the water. I would certainly agree with either way on that. At this point, I do see a member with their hand up. Paula?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just forgot to lower it.
Okay. Paula, has anybody floated their boats out there to see if they can or cannot get through the channel?
Not yet, but not to my knowledge. But I definitely plan to ask a resident down there to try, because I think that's going to be key.
Yep, yeah, like I say, I mean, I know, and I voiced this at the last meeting, have a hard time with getting into the water to fill out at this point. And I know there's definitely been boats. I was driving up and down there all weekend delivering mulch, so there was boats all over the lake, it seemed like Saturday and Sunday, people looking to finally get out of their houses.
Right, so there are plenty of boats in, and so I'm going to ask someone to take me for a boat ride, and I will definitely let you know.
It's a good excuse. Mr. Rabbit?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if this is part of it or prior discussion. Essentially, there was a discussion about removing the material. Is that on the docket, or is that something that we had discussed earlier and a part of the running tally of things we're looking for?
Yep, and I was actually going to mention that, but you had your hand up. So as well as everything else I asked for, we also want to remove any of the fill once the water has come down again that was placed in there. So Seth, were you able to get that as a running total?
I think I have everything. I'm pretty clear. So my understanding is that this will.
Oh, wrong button. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Seth.
Where'd you lose me?
You know, I was muting Paula and then she put her hand up. So you jumped in the way and got muted.
You can say 30 minutes ago if that's what happened. But I have the list of everything you've asked for. So my understanding is that this will be continued to your next meeting, and you're asking us to get that additional survey data as well as some of the plan revisions that you're requesting. And I'll get that to you before your next meeting.
All right, our next meeting is May 20th. And Paula, you had your hand up?
I did. A resident just texted me from upstream, and they have been able to navigate the channel.
Okay. So at this point, we won't worry about trying to remove any material with the lake level up. And are the boards finally in the lake?
Yes.
Okay. Good. So if I drove by this weekend and saw 3 inches coming over, that was the top of board?
Well, hopefully you don't see 3 inches coming over, because we're trying to manage to that. But right now, all of the boards are in.
Okay.
We actually had a DM meeting on Monday, and we had some water splashing over the boards, but at that point, there wasn't any coming over the spillway. There was some flow splashing over the spillway, and there was some coming over a couple of the boards.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mr. O'Brien, did you have any questions or comments on what we've discussed this evening?
Not at this time.
Okay, and it sounds like your engineer, Seth, has a good idea of what we're looking for to continue moving on with this.
Yeah.
Questions or comments from the public on 179 Island Road? All right, seeing none, accept a motion to continue to May 20th.
So moved, Todd Dwyer.
Second, Ken Jones.
Any other discussion? No, seeing none, signify your approval of the motion by saying aye when your name is called. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
An aye for Richard Burrish. All right, so thank you, Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Donahue. We will speak to you again on May 20th.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For the
Pete.
record,
Thank you.
for the record, I had no emails from the public.
And Matt had no emails from the public. All right, moving forward. 164 Page Street. Matt, do we have an update?
I sent out a certified mailing. I haven't gotten anything back yet. I'm resending out the certified mailing for the meeting attendance for the 20th.
Okay.
I did go by there yesterday. The structure is still there.
Okay. Fire Road 12. Matt, do we have any update?
No, I'm talking to Heather right now. Her initial impression was that we were going to do the enforcement on it as far as getting people to do their cars. So I got to talk to Adam Coster about it. I've got a doodle session with him. I believe it's next week.
Okay. Yeah, see if we can move forward with something down there, if we're gonna have them remove it or what we're gonna come up with. We have a notice of non-compliance for 232 Burridge Street.
That is a wall within the 100-foot buffer zone that was being built without any conservation approval. The owner of the property was sent a notice. I received a reply from a surveyor who is taking shots of the wall, taking shots of the wetland, going to put it on a plan and file a request for determination with the commission.
Okay. So do we expect something on the 20th?
Well, the filing deadline is gone. I can, if I get a plan for the 20th, I can update you with it under enforcement, but.
Okay. Okay, well, we do, if you just let the applicant or the violator know we're looking for some submission by the 20th.
Yep.
So that we can deal with it first meeting in June, or, yep, in June. Carl, you had your hand up?
Just two things. Matt, I don't have the notices in front of me. Do they clearly say that any work should be stopped? So are all these applications or non-compliances notified that they're not to do any more work until they have an application?
I'd have to look at the letter. Hold on a second.
The purpose of this letter is to inform you that you're in violation of the local wetland protection bylaw and state wetland regulation 310 CMR 10.0. Violation consists of alteration of land within the buffer zone with construction of a stone wall and grading without required conservation approval. You are therefore required to file at a minimum a request for determination along with a sketch. Must be received by May 8th. Failure to comply will result in further enforcement action. Does not appear that they have been told to stop work.
No, but I usually make it clear when I discuss it with the applicants.
Okay.
In fact, I just had a discussion with the violation on Flat Hill today because he was asking me if he could continue to do work on his gravel driveway. And I said, no, you can't do anything until you file.
Okay. Might not be a bad idea to add cease all operations and construction in the non-compliance letters. Have you spoken with Mr. Nikitas?
No, I spoke with his representative. He knows not to do any further work.
Okay.
And as we go through these, could you just, because I don't have the letters in front of me, I can't find them quickly. This one you said May 8th was the requirement to take some action. Could you just tell us as we go through what the required date for action was?
Should be in each letter.
Yep.
Yeah, I know it is. I just don't have the letter in front of me. So
I do.
It's on the screen, Carl. Look.
So I'll bring the letters up as we read them, Carl. So yeah, let him know that we'll be expecting a submission by the 20th so we can deal with it June meeting. 400 Electric Ave.
Yeah, Rich, you and I met out on site with the current owner of the gas station.
Yep.
He has his materials. I'm expecting them back like end of this week, early next week. He's got everything filled out. He's just got to give me the sketch and he should be on for the June meeting.
Okay. And unfortunately, I believe at this point, his shed was completed.
Well, it's
Right.
completed when we found it, yeah.
Yeah.
But just from a process point of view, we might want to consider having these dates for requirements of whatever the requirement is, filing or whatever we say, be, at or just before a meeting so that we can decide what action to take. Because this is now overdue. We don't have what we asked for, right, which was a filing. So we should have a clear process that allows us to say, okay, they didn't comply. What's does the fine start or what happens?
Well, I gave them a little bit more leeway in time, Carl, because of the pandemic issue. It seems to be slowing everybody's response down. Some people hesitate to do site meetings. Some people want to do them right away. Then you've got some of these people have no idea as to what the filings are, so I have to give them time to educate them. Then I have to send them all the forms work.
I understand all that, Matt, but I understand all that, but when this letter went out, we knew all that. So the date should be, I'm just saying, we shouldn't say things that we're not ready to enforce. So if we say April 30th, then we should take it, maybe that was too soon. That's all I'm saying. What we put out there, we should be, we should have some teeth to it, not just if you get to it.
Well, no, the reason for the deadline, Carl, is for a response. It's not necessarily for a complete filing. It's for a response. If I don't get a response by April 30th, then we go the next step.
Okay.
Okay. Just a quick suggestion, Matt, maybe we should spell it out a little bit stronger in the letter.
Yep, I can do that.
Yeah, if I read this letter, it says we're looking for, we're asking for something to be submitted by the 30th.
Okay.
At a minimum, request for determination.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe we should just, at some point, we can just take a few minutes and we can get a template and update it. So, all right, so moving forward, we've met with him and you're expecting him to have something submitted for the 20th? No, you said we're past the 20th, so it'll be for April or for June.
Yes.
Okay. 9 Valley Road. I'm sorry, 932 Flat Hill.
932 Flat Hill, that should also be submitted for the June meeting. That was the one I was just referring to. That the gentleman just sent me a message today asking if they could continue working the gravel driveway, and I said, no, you can't do any work until you file your form.
Okay. And yeah, so it probably isn't a bad idea, Matt, to get a template, because now on this one, we do have an explanation of fines, and you have the address for the viewpoint cloud.
Yeah, well, the template would probably work better. You got to realize these violations are flying in fast and furiously, so I'm writing each letter from scratch.
Yep. So I think if we get a template, then you just change the names.
Yep, I know, I agree. I mean, the thing is that we normally do about, I don't know, maybe 7 to 10 violations a year.
Yep.
I am now up to 12 within the last 3 weeks.
Matt, as
job security,
I'd be happy to help you, create a template based on these letters and things.
That'd be great.
Okay.
All right.
I'll take a crack and see what.
So we're expecting him for the submission for May 20th for the June meeting, Valley Road.
That's correct. That is correct, yes.
Okay. Valley Road, have you heard from her yet?
No, she did sign the card. I have not received any communication, no phone messages, no emails, nothing.
Okay. As that has been 30 days without any communications.
My recommendation is to go the next step.
Yeah, I'll accept ideas from commissioners, but I think we should have an administrative hearing on what to do with this violation on May 20th.
I would support that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
As would I.
Okay, so Matt, if you send out another letter inviting them in for May 20th for administrative hearing to discuss the work that's in violation. If they don't respond, we will be enforcing administrative fines starting on that date for missing the meeting.
Okay.
Okay. 615 Valley Road, or Townsend Street.
I actually received a message from Val Barrows through another person's phone just before the meeting. He actually signed for his green card just like yesterday.
Okay.
And he doesn't have a computer. He does not have a cell phone that's capable of doing, in fact, he doesn't have a phone at all. So he's requesting that we meet him on site so he can see exactly what he did wrong. He's willing to make arrangements to appear at the next meeting so he can talk about how he's going to correct it.
Okay, so you want to add this location to the site walks?
Yes.
Okay, and just make sure to get Mr. Barrow's permission to go on site prior to.
Yep.
And have him on site to answer any questions.
You got it.
Okay. And you're able to contact him without a phone?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a mutual friend that can I can get to him with.
Okay. 1275 Mass Ave.
I spoke to Mr. Flagg. He's currently working on the documents, and we'll have something in for the June meeting.
Okay. 7 Willow Circle.
I met on site with Mark Birch. We did the site measurement at the closest point to the wetland. He was 53 feet out. He is in the process of also preparing an RDA for the June meeting.
Okay. Any other enforcement issues?
I have 4 coming up for the next meeting.
4 coming up for the next meeting, okay? And have you heard from any of them yet?
No, I just sent out the notices this week.
Okay.
These 4 just came up this week.
Okay. All right, moving forward with old business, update on trails grants.
So far, 3 purchase orders have been issued. A purchase order for the Massachusetts Regional Planning Commission for the GIS work. A purchase order to Mackey's for building materials, and a purchase order to Smart Sign for the You Are Here trail signs. I've reached out to Voss Signs to find out what colors their trail markers come in, and working with the MRPC GIS people to try and figure out, what color trail markers we would want to use. The other order, it would be for the trails gates. If you look at our present, I know of 3 trails gates that we have now, 2 on Cowdrey and 1 over at what's that, Pleasant Street?
Pleasant Street, yeah.
Yep. And I mean, they're not substantial enough. They're all bent and fallen down. And so I went and looked at the DCR gates that they use down in Leominster State Forest. They're a lot more substantial. I think we should, and so I developed a spec based on that, and I sent that off to Jack Watkins for his review and comment, because Jack had said that, he would be willing to have the DPW, install these gates. And so I want to get his input, and I've identified 5 fabricators, metal fabricators, who said that they would be, interested in this work. So we'll be once the spec has been reviewed, we'll send it out to them and, get quotes. I'm thinking we should probably replace all of our present gates and I'm thinking, you know, next January, I'll write another grant, you know, to get a bunch of new gates. Because we're certainly gonna need them on the Saliba land. I've been down riding on the Saliba land. That new land. Down next to the golf course, you know, to map all the present trails. And I can tell you there's a lot of ATV and four-wheeler activity in there. And we're definitely gonna need some substantial gates down there. And by the way, I sent the commission during this meeting a copy of the ride logs that Brandon Kibbe, you know, printed on the maps, and you can take a look and you can see, you know, where the trails are in there. There's a substantial number of trails in there. So that's the update on the trails grant.
All right, thank you, Bob. Certificate of Compliance, Paul Gogan. Matt, can you bring us up to speed on that?
You guys should have the material on the cloud.
Let me take a look. Oh, just to go back to Bob's comment. This is the Saliba property outlined in red. And it looks like these are his trails that he has ridden on. So you're right, there is quite an extensive trail system out through there.
Yeah, some of the trails you can see are on golf course property.
Yep.
You know, and I think I asked Rich, you know, like, would the golf course be willing to let people ride back there or not, you know, use those trails or not? And so I don't know the status of that yet, but a lot of wet property, but a lot of pretty property. But there's also a lot of places where there's trash on the property too.
No, that's too bad. Did you happen to ride out? No, I guess you didn't make it to the end, because I believe this piece of property is ours right here.
Yes, it is.
That goes out to the 300 acres in the back too, so.
And I'm going to approach the piece at the top at the Howard. I'm going to approach that from the roadside. I'm going to go around to the roadside and go in from the roadside. See if I can't. I think we should consider putting the parking lot there. We should certainly consider opening that trailers. It appears to me like Stagecoach Road once went all the way through to Howard.
Yep.
But the end of it's been, you know, all the way up, and then it goes all the way through, and it goes all the way through to Howard up there. But the end of it is the person who lives in that house right there, just to the left of the yellow line. They're riding out of the back of their thing on their ATV, and so the used road now goes into that property rather than going. Because this road is heavily used. The yellow line that you see there in the middle of the screen is heavily used. But all the heavy use then does not go down our property. It then goes off into the back of that house there.
Okay. So it ends right here. All right.
Well, yeah, it goes actually a little over to the left where I rode, because I tried to stay on the Saliba land, and you know. So.
All right, Matt, you had it in here.
Yeah, I just put it in. Actually, it wasn't there, but if you look in now, you should see it would say yeah, 2596, request a certificate of compliance.
Okay. Now I see why Bill is here. I will unmute Bill Hannigan, and he can tell us what he submitted. Good evening, Bill.
Good evening. You guys have done a lot of work tonight.
Our last meeting was 2 days worth.
Yep. So what we did was we went out and we took some pictures. If you scroll down, we have the order request, and we took pictures of all the site work that was done. everything has been replanted, revegetated. If you go down a little further, you'll see the, I'll show what happened.
I shut it off for a second. Give me 1 second to bring it back.
Matt, where did you put this on the cloud
Go to the general meeting folder.
for today, May 6th?
Yep.
Yeah, I found it there.
Maybe to refresh or something. Got it. Thank you.
Quite a few pictures.
Come on. I apologize.
I don't apologize.
Oh, well. We'll go back to seeing them sideways. So if you want to describe the pictures, Bill?
Well, not having them in front of me, I'll go to my computer and go to, basically, we went around the site. Chris Anderson from my house went around the site, took pictures of all the construction areas that were on the property. All the construction completed. The house is built. The landscaping requirements that were requested by the commission have been in for a couple of years now. The site is stabilized, and we're basically saying that in our letter that the ability to issue the certificate of compliance is up to the commission, but we feel that the site's in good shape and fine and stabilized. Everything's where it's supposed to be, etc. So we're requesting that the commission, I believe that Matt went out and took a site walk as well, just issue the certificate of compliance for the project.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for the engineer on the state of the site? Carl Luck.
Yeah, we had talked to Matt about, visiting the site on our site walk, and we didn't have a as-built. It was my understanding that we were going to get an as-built so that we could actually do a proper inspection before proceeding with this. So is there an as-built?
We have an as-built of the septic plan in the house. That's pretty much it. That's why we went out and took pictures. But everything on the grading plan that was proposed was constructed. And that's what the purpose of sending the pictures was, to basically be able to show that information.
I'm confused, Mr. Chairman or Matt. I thought for
There were two items that were addressed on the site walk, Carl. One, there were 3 trees that needed to be replanted. They had died. Paul agreed to replant them. And the second was I asked for a certification letter and an as-built.
Good. Okay. So good.
So I can just forward you the as-built septic plan, Matt?
Is that?
I'd like to see
what you
it.
meant, Matt? Just the septic plan? I would have thought.
Well, I don't even know what's on the septic plan. I don't know what, I'd have to see it before I would say it would be acceptable. I haven't seen it.
Okay, can you get us that as-built plan, Bill, and then we can determine if there's enough information on there for us to issue the certificate of compliance?
If you,
And just generally, if we have an engineered plan submitted with a notice of intent, we do require an engineered as-built for a certificate of compliance.
right. Let me bring up on my computer.
Substantial project and a pretty large violation, so I think some commissioners will have reservations to issuing a certificate of compliance without as-built.
I'm moving computers around right now. Hold on one second. I'm seeing what I have to see if I can.
Todd, you had your hand up?
I did. With the as-built, if it just documents the structures and the grading on the site, I'd be fine with that. Matt had mentioned that they agreed to replant 3 trees. Usually what I'd like to see, if it was a large replanting plan like he had, is a punch list that, indicates all the plants that had been planted. That way you could show, hey, these have all been planted and 3 have to be reestablished for the record.
Thank you. And Carl, you had your hand up, and then it went away.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, same with Todd. I mean, given the history of this site, I think the as-built should identify all of the features that we felt were important during the approval. I seem to recall there was some restoration area that was supposed to be done. I think that needs to be on there. All the plantings that were. So I think we need to be able to check it against what we approved, is my feeling. And
yep.
With an
No, and I would concur myself looking for an as-built, because there was shoreline restoration that needed to be done. There was floodplain restoration that needed to be done. So I would agree with you. I think given the scope of this project, we should follow our requirements and need to see an as-built.
I can tell you, as-built aside, I've walked the site multiple times with the plans that we did approve. Again, this is as-built aside. And I got to give Paul compliments. He did a really nice job doing exactly what we asked him to do. And out of all of the plants that he planted there, he planted a ton. We only lost 3 trees. And when I said, Paul, can you replant the 3 trees? His response was, yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, so at this point, do you think it's something we can have in our hand, Bill, to do a site walk on 2019, 18, 16th? Not to put you on the spot.
I would think we could get out there in time to get you an as-built by basically a week from today, which would give you enough time to look at everything.
Yeah.
I know Paul's on the line. I just want to make sure he doesn't. I got to make sure he doesn't have any objection, but I don't think he will. But
Mr. Gogan, I do have you unmuted if you had any questions or comments while we're discussing your property.
Mr. Chair, just as a clarification, I'm looking at the plan now in the CAD, and we have a bunch of plants shown. The question would be, to what level of detail does the commission want the plants located? Do you want every single plant located, or just planting areas and then the major trees that are located?
I actually liked Todd's suggestion of just a punch list. I mean, you don't have to survey locate each plant, but
okay,
as long as the plant's in the general vicinity and is of the variety that was submitted in the notice of intent.
And then basically we need topo for the purposes of floodplain more than anything.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we'll give you a general thing. Matt, you and Paul have gone through the plants on the property, so I presume with those 3 trees being replanted, that would satisfy the quote punch list? Is that?
Yeah, they were 3 pine saplings. It should be easy to replace them.
So we don't, I'm just trying to determine my focus of my survey. Focus of my survey, I think, is going to end up being on grading more than it is on location of individual plants.
Well, the commission can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would agree with that. I also agree with just doing the punch list. Again, I reiterate, I've been on site multiple times, the last time being a few weeks ago with Paul. I've taken the plans with me, reviewed the plantings. It was an excellent job. So yeah, a punch list I think would be satisfactory, but the grading in the floodplain would be an area of concentration.
Yep, okay. That makes it easier for me to figure out exactly what I need to do. That was my purpose.
All right, any other comments from commissioners? Jack?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps it's a hallucination at 10:30 at night. I somehow recall that when we talked about we walked along the embankment and such, I believe we had discussed potentially some sort of erosion protection along that area where it was falling off. And perhaps it never was recorded and perhaps it never occurred. And I could be totally nuts. But I thought there was a discussion around that to protect that area from eroding. And I'm looking at specifically slide number 9, which is as the boat with the dock moving out. And I'm just wondering, Matt, was there anything in there that was that we'd called out on that property to keep that erosion down?
No, my recollection was the plantings on the side were essentially to protect from erosion and to reestablish the vegetative buffer going to the perennial stream going into the lake.
Right, and I thought as we'd wrapped around, we were talking about some sort of rocks, or something lining that area. But again, it could have been just a discussion and never happened.
No, I don't recall it being part of the order. I recall it being a discussion.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything there as far as erosion that was jumping out at me.
Yeah, it's just nicely, gently sloped, and okay. And there's boats tearing by it. Is that going to cause further erosion? Is that going to bring the soil into the lake? And that was my query. So if you're saying there was nothing there in the order, then that's fine.
All right, and Todd, you had your hand up.
No, I'm good now, Rich.
Okay. Carl?
Yeah, just, Jack triggered my memory. I definitely just remember the rocks at the 45-degree angle discussion along there, because I think we, shortly after the neighbor's place, we talked about the same thing. So, Matt, to that point though, could you put the final released order of conditions and the drawing on the cloud so we can also see that in preparation for the reviewing the as-built and the sidewalk, please?
Yeah, not a problem.
All right, any other questions or comments for 675 Reservoir Road certificate of compliance request? Katie?
No
Bob?
questions.
Nope.
Ken?
Nope.
All right. Bill, any other questions? Or are you?
Yeah, I didn't know whether there was a way. I know I can do it when I'm doing a meeting, but can you give me control? What I'd like to do is bring up the plans that were used in the approval. And I'm looking at the restoration plan, and just to, I know there's a way of doing it on GoToMeeting, but this is Zoom, so it's a little different. But
Hey, Bill, can you email me that as a PDF?
yes,
Then email it to me as a PDF and I can throw it on the cloud.
What is the date of it, Bill?
it's a plan 39017.
Yeah, maybe somewhere in the meeting folders.
Okay, yeah, this one is December 6, 16. What specifically are you looking for, Bill?
No, I just figured that we could bring that up to answer the question about what was supposed to be done along the shore, because I don't see what Carl and Jack are bringing up. It's
Rich, is the date on his stamp 3/9/19?
Well, the date of the plan is December 6th.
For the order, on the order of
3/19, right.
conditions, what's the date of the plan required?
3/9/19 revision. 3/9/17, I'm sorry.
Is it 3/29/17?
Nope.
3/9.
Yeah, okay. Let me, Matt, I'll email this to you right now.
Actually, email it to me, Bill. Or both of us.
Yeah. What's your email?
rbursch@lunenburgonline.com.
There it is.
Provide bank remediation along length of shoreline with live plant stakes.
It's probably one.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm looking at the plan that's on the cloud for dated 3/29/17, at least
All right.
what I brought it up, and it says provide stone wall along length of shoreline to provide shoreline protection. Is that what you're referring to, Carl and Jack?
Yes.
It sounds familiar. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. It was a long time ago.
I thought that was I thought that was one of the first places we talked about these rocks at 45-degree angle.
It's the file label is 2596-base 03.29.17 bracket 2358 bracket dot PDF.
It sounded like that drawing was after the plan approved drawing, so maybe that was some subsequent discussion.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it was on the cloud, so.
Yeah, no, that's good.
It's in the 4/5/17 meeting file, Gogan
4/5/17.
Yep.
Why don't I have 4/5/17?
Oh, yeah, I see it.
You're saying it's 3/29/17 PDF?
Correct.
Hey, Rich?
Yeah.
When you type it in the bar, type 4.5.17 or 2017.
Okay. Provide stone wall along length of shore to provide stone wall protection.
So I have not personally been out there. So if you can unmute Paul to find out whether that's been installed, I think it would be a good idea. It would be, I think, helpful for him. But
Paul is unmuted. Paul, are you with us? Paul Gogan? Going once? Going, oh, he just muted himself. Paul, are you there?
Well, I guess,
Paul, I did just send a chat to you. if you're using Zoom on your computer.
I might have fallen asleep, you never know.
It happens.
So either way,
That's fun.
either way, we have to go out and get grades relative to floodplain, so we'll check on the wall.
Okay.
I think that was something that he wanted to do, because I think we had, to the left, you can see there's a timber wall that existed.
Yeah.
And I think the idea was to basically build something along the wall, which is kind of interesting because of the fact that it actually goes into the wetland area a little bit, but.
Okay. Well, so, yeah, so we've got the
Right, so
329.
Paul just texted me. He's having trouble getting his voice to work on his end.
Okay.
He said the stone wall was something that he asked for. He just doesn't have the means to do it right now. But he does want to be able to do it at some point in time. So maybe this might be a little bit premature then. So let me talk with him and find out when he's looking at doing that and see if we should just push this off, or whether he needs to do this now for some other reason.
Okay.
If I recall, it was just a simple dry stack wall, a few round boulders. It was just enough to take the the water action.
Splashing.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll just keep this on the agenda and wait to hear from you.
Right, so I'll talk with Paul and I'll see if we can't get what we're trying to get done within the next week. If he decides he wants to push things off till he gets the wall up, then we'll go from there.
Yep.
And I'll give Matt a call and kind of hook up with him on what we're gonna do.
Okay, yeah, and just at this point, then just resubmit for a request for certificate when you get the as-built plan done.
We'll use the
Mr.
same.
Chairman?
We'll use the same submittal. We'll just update the plan.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Luck?
Yes, we keep calling this thing a wall. I mean, my recollection, and from looking at the shoreline, and the shoreline, it's about 6-8 inches high, right? It's a pile of rocks at 45-degree angle is my recollection of what we.
Yeah, I think that's what Jack was referring to.
Get anyone into trouble. Next thing we know, there's a wall.
Okay. What, we can't just lower the lake by 5 feet and dig a big hole? That's really
I see no need to lower the lake. Just dig the hole.
Yeah, Bill, we had somebody else already try just doing that on one of our previous, and it didn't work out well for them.
I listened in, yeah. Okay, I'll get in touch with Paul and we'll get back in touch with Matt and we'll circle back and hopefully we'll have stuff ready for you for next weekend.
All right, thank you very much, Bill.
All right, have a good night, everyone.
You too, be safe.
Thank you, you too. Tell the lovely bride to say hello.
I shall. She's all locked up lonely. Wants to get out.
Now we all have to testify against you that you said your wife's locked up in the basement.
I'm in the basement. She's upstairs.
All right, take care, guys.
Talk to you later. All righty, moving forward. Approval of minutes. Has everybody read and reviewed the minutes of April 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll accept the motion to approve the minutes of April 1st.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Luck.
Go ahead, Matt.
Wasn't me, that was Bob that I think was speaking.
Oh,
I sent Matt, twice now I've sent Matt 2 changes to the April 1st minutes.
I could have sworn I made those changes and sent them out earlier. The file I sent you was the older file. I sent that one by mistake. So I'm going to have to look for the email that I had sent previously, but I'll just add those changes in if I can't find it.
Yeah,
All right.
Matt,
Well,
I can make the same comment.
Yeah, I move to approve the minutes as amended. And the amendments had to do with, I have to look for the email. Never mind.
While you're looking, I had quite a few amendments, and I don't know if they weren't obviously in what you sent out, Matt, but there were quite a few amendments I resent you today.
So I would suggest we just hold off on the April 1st minutes until Matt gets them amended and resent out.
And I would say the same thing about the April 15th minutes.
All right, so we'll hold off on the minutes until our next meeting, at which point we can review the May 6th minutes as well. Mr. Bowen, I see you patiently sitting, enjoying our meeting. Is there something we can help you with?
Yeah, actually, I had him up for the open space issue of the portion of the agenda.
Well, look at that. We're at that point now.
Exactly. And
just 4 hours later. God bless you all.
Should have seen our last meeting.
Keep talking. We'll beat our last meeting.
Let's not try.
No, I don't want to.
We adjourned on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm so with you.
So, Bob, did you want to go ahead?
Sure. When this is the 994 conservation land, 994 Northfield Road. I'm attorney Robert Bowen representing Nexamp. When we were last before you, we had the presentation of the baseline documentation report, which I think that you already voted on approving. What I want to talk to you about, and I think that Matt has circulated to you, but I'm not sure. There are 3 documents that I've prepared. The conservation restriction, which I think you have already seen, and also at the request of the state, a separate document conveying an access easement. I had originally done it within the 4 corners of the conservation restriction. The state didn't want to do it that way. They wanted a separate easement document, which I have also prepared. And then finally, a subordination agreement with Avidia Bank to subordinate their mortgage. As it turns out, since we last met, that mortgage has been partially released, and the conservation land itself has been released from the mortgage. But because this easement crosses partially into other land of the owner, we still need the subordination agreement. So I had hoped actually to be coming in front of you tonight with approval from the state of these 3 documents so that I would be asking you for your final review and signature. The state has not quite blessed it yet. I'm expecting it any day now. But as you may be aware, this is a prerequisite under the planning board's permit for the solar farm in order for them to begin operation. So I'm trying to keep the process moving forward for them. So what I'm here tonight to do is ask you, A, if you've reviewed those documents, and B, if you have any questions about those documents.
Matt, have you put them on the cloud? I myself have not, to my knowledge, reviewed them.
Yeah, I got the subordination agreement here now.
The conservation restriction itself is probably something that you saw a long time ago. And the only really substantive change to it in the current version, which I provided to Matt more recently, is this standalone easement. I took out the language conveying the easement in the restriction and simply in the restriction now refer to a separate standalone document.
Does this look like the restriction?
That's the restriction, and I think that you have seen that previously.
Yep.
Subordination agreements on the meeting folder.
Okay.
And town council has already seen the conservation restriction itself, and in fact, town council himself raised the question of whether we should have a standalone easement or not. So I think that he's on board. I did send him a copy of these same 3 documents. I have not had any communications with him, so I don't know if he's reviewed them. Matt, I don't know if you've touched base with him at all, but he was sent these same documents.
No, I haven't had the chance. I mean, I have a one-on-one session scheduled with him.
Oh, good.
When is that scheduled, Matt?
I have to look at my calendar. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Yeah, because unfortunately, I don't think it's something we can proceed with until we get the blessing from Adam Costa.
Well, and I think with regard to the subordination agreement itself, that's pretty straightforward because he's already reviewed it and commented, and I've accepted all of his comments. So that piece of it should be a short conversation.
Yep.
I don't know whether he's reviewed the separate easement document itself because that was newly prepared and newly sent to him.
It's the 20th. It's the day of our next meeting.
Okay.
It's that morning.
Oh, great. So since we have a little bit more time here and the state hasn't finally blessed this yet, I'd like you folks to be in a position to do whatever you have to do with town council and these documents so that on the 20th, we would be ready to take a vote on them and even sign them.
Okay, Matt, can you see that they're posting on our agenda?
Yep.
Okay.
Just making note of it now.
All right, and then we can meet with Adam on the 20th and get his recommendation, and he can put it in writing for us to review at the meeting.
And hopefully by then I'll have the actual blessing of the state too.
Okay.
So
one thing I do want to call to the board's attention and to Adam Costa's attention, because it may come up. I've prepared a subordination agreement for the Avidia mortgage. When we first started all these conversations, there was a private mortgage as well. And I thought we were going to need a subordination agreement for the private mortgage as well. That private mortgage has since been paid off. But while I was waiting for our spot on the agenda, I hopped online and checked the registry of deeds again, and the discharge has not hit the record yet. So I reached out to the landowner, and he did confirm with the council that handled the payoff that in fact they are in possession of the discharge, and that in fact that is likely to be recorded this week.
Okay.
So that mortgage should be out of the picture, but that may come up with Adam when he's reviewing all of this.
So it's not listed as of today, but we're hoping it will be listed as of the end of this week?
Yes, the discharge physically exists. It just hasn't been recorded in the registry yet.
Okay.
It will certainly, well, nothing's certain in this world, but it's highly likely that it'll be recorded well before the meeting on the 20th.
Okay. So we'll put that in an email. He can keep an eye out for it.
Great. So unless you have any specific questions about the documents, that's all I really wanted to report.
Okay. Actually, Rob, is there any way that once it is recorded, you can just send us the recorded release? That may be easier than us trying to hunt through the registry of deeds to find it.
Oh, yeah. That's not a problem.
All right. Why don't we do it that way? As soon as you get the stamped copy, send it over to Matt.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So that'll be the 20th at noon is the meeting with Adam Costa.
Okay. And if you
Put it in my
want to
calendar.
email Matt, Rob will send you over a copy of the release. That way they will just have it right for Adam if it doesn't come up.
Great. And then we'll be on the agenda for that night?
Yep, then Matt will post it on the agenda for that night.
Yeah, I've already got you noted on my draft agenda.
Great.
All right, well, thank you very much, Rob. Any questions from commissioners for Attorney Bowen?
I think
So,
Bob has a question.
I see a hand up from Mr. Pease.
so, Rob, this is a conservation, restriction. And, you know, if I look up 994, you know, Northfield, it's like the entire golf course. What part of this lot is covered by the conservation restriction?
There is a plan, which is referred to, and now I can't remember just because you're asking me, if I physically attached a copy of the plan to this document when I sent it
If
over.
Richard scrolls down a little bit, it showed on the thing, you know, the page, you know, the book number and page, plan book, you know, that it was recorded. I think it was lot. Yeah, there you go.
It's all
Up, just a little, stop right there. You know, it says, plan book 518, page 7. Actually, it says plan 7. It should say page 7, I think.
They refer to them in both ways, but yeah, it's usually page, but sometimes you see plan.
And so, you know, my interest is, you know, we are in the open space committee is, you know, and a committee that Ken Jones is on, land acquisition, has been in the process of acquiring the Saliba land, you know, and the Saliba land, you know, abuts a lot of the open land behind the golf course. And there's a lot of trails back there. And I'm wondering if this conservation commission restriction would allow public use of some of those trails or not. I'm just curious, you know, I'm not.
Bob, I think we looked at that, and I don't think that the Saliba piece abuts the piece where the conservation restriction is going to be. I think there's a
See, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, you know, where is the piece, you know, where the conservation restriction.
Yeah,
so that plan pretty clearly shows where it is, and I apologize if it wasn't attached. There we go.
All right, look at that.
Perfect. So it's north of the solar site.
Okay.
So it is, yeah, because this is still golf course land, lot 1B.
Yep.
It doesn't abut.
No.
Thank you. Question answered.
My pleasure.
Yeah, so I think it's down in here is where the easement is.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. Oh, where did it go? Go away. Well, anyways, it doesn't, unfortunately, abut it.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Attorney Bowen?
No.
All right, so we will get those questions answered from Attorney Costa before our next meeting.
Great. And then on the 20th, Ethan Giles should be with me from Nexamp as well.
Okay, super.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Have a good
night and be safe.
All right.
All right, moving forward on our agenda.
Oh, look at that. Do we know how to clear out a Zoom room or what?
All right, open space and land and trail use strategies. Anything else on that, Matt?
Nope.
Hickory Hills update.
Everybody updated for me with all the talk about the dam, and so guess I don't have to go into it.
Agent's determination, 329 Sunset Lane.
All right, if you go into the cloud folder, you will see a folder with the determination form on it. This is a ratification based on an emergency permit I issued because of the timing between the pandemic and the fact that we had to cancel 2 meetings. Brian Tower, if you scroll down, you'll see the pictures. He had a basically a double-stemmed oak that was tearing the wall apart. The oak was just about dead. And you can see it right there parallel to the propane tank. He just cut it at stump level. And that was to keep it from damaging the wall further.
Okay.
And that's it.
I move to approve this agent determination, if that's necessary.
Carl Luck has his hand up.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this. I was walking by the day the crane showed up and I was quite surprised. But I guess I have more of a procedural question. I mean, unfortunately, the trees are gone, so there's no way to even, to look with, take Matt's assessment of it. But my concern is procedurally. Our procedure, allows this agent determination, but it requires pre-approval, that no, matter of fact, the form that Matt just showed you, I believe, says that no work is to be done until it's approved by the Conservation Commission. And so I'm very concerned that we are not adhering to.
Well, Carl, you and I went over this previously, actually twice. The plain fact is he was supposed to be heard the first meeting in March before any work was done. We had to cancel that meeting due to a lack of quorum. Then the pandemic hit. We had to cancel the second March meeting until we set up the Zoom room. I saw a very present and threatening situation there. So I consulted with the chairman and made a decision to issue an emergency permit to a point where we could ratify this later. We went over this, I believe, either at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago. That was why I varied from the procedure.
I think that crane showed up a couple of days after you were there, Matt.
I would disagree with you strongly, but I don't really want to argue with it.
Nope, me either. I think we need to, if these things happen, we need to have, maybe some out in our procedure or something, because the procedure says that the work can't proceed. I mean, this is a great policy, and I don't think we should put it in jeopardy by, going around it.
Well, I thought I did everything properly by consulting with the chair and issuing the emergency permit. It wasn't like I did this on my own.
Yeah, unfortunately, these were some extenuating circumstances with all that's happened in our meetings being missed.
This whole pandemic thing has caused a lot of, the fact that we're able to hold on to the procedures we are. And let me tell you, I've been engaging all the other conservation commissions around. I think we're the only one that's actually holding the type of meetings that we've done to the degree we've done them. Everybody else is just starting to catch up to what we've done. So got to give you guys credit.
Do you need a motion for this?
Yeah, we should ratify it with a motion.
Yep.
I would make a motion that we ratify this.
Second, Todd Dwyer.
Second?
Second, Todd.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. When your name is called, Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And aye for Richard Birsch. And 175 Peninsula Drive.
Okay, if you look, you're going to see a file. There's actually another one too, 50 Sunset, that Rich, I talked to you about adding it.
Yep.
Because of the timing on the agenda and the mix up with the town clerk. So if there should be a folder that has them both.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at it by myself. Just having a grand old time.
We can't see it.
Rosie. That's all right, Ken. My dog was just doing that a little while ago.
Rosie.
All right. So these are the trees, Matt?
Yeah, that's Linda Betty's house. And if you look through the, it's about 20 feet from the edge of the water. It's a small clump of trees. Essentially, what's happening is that they're bug infested and dead.
Yeah. All right. And she's looking to take them out?
She's looking to take them out.
I move to ratify the conservation, the administrator's determination.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye when your name is called. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones, and I for myself. Oh, sorry about that, Ken. Ken Jones.
Aye, the dog was barking. She's done now.
Okay.
Now, you guys may have heard mine growling in the background earlier.
All right, moving down, 50 Sunset.
So I have from this gentleman, some guy named Luck. I don't know who he is. Some guy named Luck wants to plant a couple of hemlocks. I believe I put the distances based on what he represented to me when he asked for the determination. And yeah, I think anytime you plant in the buffer zone, it's great. And I think planting the hemlocks is an awesome idea in that area. In fact, I'd love to see more hemlocks planted. So kudos on that one, because I just think that's a wonderful thing to do.
All right, any other questions for the agent? I'll accept the motion to ratify the administrator's determination.
So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Just a quick question, Carl.
Yes, yes.
How far apart are you going to plant them?
Well, one's, well, they're, let's see, one's 25, they're 50 feet apart, but there's other hemlocks that they're sort of bridging gaps. So in the end, I think we'll have a hemlock every 20 feet, maybe.
Oh, that's perfect.
But with these two added, these are the gaps.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. I'd love to see more hemlocks planted, but not many people do it.
They're just beautiful. We got to spray them every year, but
Yeah, you do.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye when your name is called. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And I for Richard Bursch. And I imagine Carl Luck had recused himself as this determination affected him.
I did. I got up and walked on the other side of the computer, actually.
All right, unfortunately, I am going to be stepping down as chairman. My life is going to be moving more rapidly now and off in different directions, so I'm not going to be in town, and I'm not going to have access to internet to continue to do the amount of work that I think I have to do as chairman. So I am looking to step down when I leave end of June. So my last meeting that I'll be present for is June 18th. We did have some members that were interested in becoming chair, and to help them along, I was going to step down prior to leaving. That way they could move forward and I could fill in any voids or any spaces prior to leaving. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it made the agenda to reorganize the commission. So I don't think we'll be able to do that this evening.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Dwyer.
I just want to I've let the commission know previously, but when we reorganize it, I also plan to step down with me running for selectman. It appears, since as far as my knowledge is, that there's two people running for selectman for two open seats, so there's a good chance I'm gonna be elected. So I'm not going to step off the commission. I'm still going to be an active member, but I don't want to take one of the leadership positions. I'm going to leave that for someone else.
Okay. And I too plan to be as active as I possibly can. Unfortunately, just not being in town is not going to allow me to continue with the duties. So, but I wanted to move forward with it tonight, but it is not on the agenda. So I don't think we can reorganize at this time, unless you have an opinion on that, Matt.
Well, I mean, you can bring up reorganization anytime you want. If you want to wait till the next meeting, that's fine. If you want to do it now, that's fine as well.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen chairs all of a sudden just say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. I step down. Elect a new chairman. Please do it now.
Okay. Well, at this point, I don't have a problem with proceeding with reorganization. I see Bob has his hand up to give a comment.
Well, I think we should, two members are up for reappointment. You know, yourself and Katie. And I think reorganization should happen after the reappointments have been confirmed. That's my feeling.
Okay. Well, at this point, if I was to step down, that would leave Todd as chairman. And Todd, are you going to accept being chairman if I step down tonight?
Yes,
You would?
I will.
Okay.
With the caveat that we'll, that'll be till we reorganize after the reappointments.
Okay. Yeah, like I say, I mean, if you guys are good with that, I just wanted to be around, but allow whoever wanted to be the new chair to take over the meetings and take over the research and things like that, so.
One thing I would advise, if you're going to wait until after the reappointments are done, make sure that you have a full commission present when you do the reorganization. It's never a good thing to vote to reorganize if there's one or two members absent.
I would agree with that.
Okay, well,
Mr. Chair?
yeah, it kind of goes against what I was trying to do if Todd takes it over. Because, I mean.
Well, I mean, I think it's recognized it's going to be an interim, very short-term thing here, Rich. And I think I'd also, before we reorganize personally, I think we should open it to the public, because I think as much, I guess, publicity, good and bad, that we've had on the commission over the last couple of years with all the hearings with LSIC and others, Rob's Hill comes to mind as well. I think it may be wise for all the commissioners to consider public input as we reorganize. They may have their own opinions.
Okay.
That'd actually be a first. I've never seen that happen before.
Well, honestly, at this point, then I will just withhold stepping down until we can get it on the agenda on the 20th.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ken.
Can we do it a little bit earlier in the meeting so we're not waiting until 11:30 at night to start this discussion?
Yep. Yeah, we certainly can. I don't have a problem with that. Carl, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I strongly support your earlier intent to try to get the baton passed off while you're still in town, which wouldn't be at all the case. The same will happen with Todd if we wait till that date. I'd like to reconsider maybe not doing it tonight, but doing it at our next meeting, so that you and whoever the president and or chairman and vice chairman are will be able to benefit from your presence here. I don't see a big drive to waiting. I think Todd's the only one who, and I would hope when he's a selectman, he's still gonna hang in here with us. I think that was the intention. So I think it's all the same people. So I don't see any advantage. I see disadvantage to wait until the end of June to do this.
Okay.
I've got it noted on the draft agenda.
So your suggestion, Carl, was to just wait until June?
No, my suggestion is to do it at our next meeting. So it's posted. It can be public. We can get all of those benefits that people have mentioned. But I only see downside to wait until June. It's the same cast of characters, I hope.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then our meeting will be May 20th at 7 p.m. at your local computer. And I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Actually, any public comment from commissioners? Public comment from the public? Seeing none, I'll accept Katie's motion to adjourn. Oh,
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Todd Duane.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Gerlach.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And aye for Richard Bursch. All right, everybody. Have a good evening and everybody stay safe.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
You all
So,
Good night.
like,
Another
just
fun
really
Wednesday
quick,
night.
tomorrow or Friday, be on the lookout for those DocuSigns.
Yes.
Good. Will do.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Sleep tight.